In order to perform the practical of penetration testing, you need a virtual environment, and for that we need a virtualization software like VirtualBox. So here I am using Oracle VirtualBox, and if I go to about VirtualBox, you can see that I am using version 6.1.16. Okay, and it is not the latest version. So let's see how you can download and install the latest version of VirtualBox and Kali Linux virtual machine. So in order to create a virtual environment for Kali Linux, we need VirtualBox first. So just go to Google and type download VirtualBox. Open the first link, that is virtualbox.org. Okay, so here we have the latest version as 7.0.6, right? Now it says download VirtualBox for, let's say, Windows host, Mac, Linux, etc. So right now we need Windows host. Okay, or you can also scroll down in order to get some other information, but for now click on Windows host. Okay, and you can see it's downloading here, right? So let it download first, and you have to download one more thing, that is extension pack. Okay, so just click here and it's also downloading and done. Okay, so the default path for my downloads is set to the desktop, right? So here I have the latest version of VirtualBox. Okay, so just double click on it. It's loading. Click yes. Then next. Again next. Yes. Install. Okay, now we have to wait until the process gets completed. As you can see, the process is completed. Now when I click on finish, it will start the newer version of VirtualBox. Okay, so now if I go to about VirtualBox, you can see that I am upgraded to the latest version of VirtualBox, right? So now let's see how you can install the Kali Linux. So simply type, or you can go back to the Google and type here download Kali. Okay, and you can open the first link, that is kali.org. It is actually owned and managed by Offensive Securities. Here you have two types of images. The first is installer images and the other is virtual machines. See, I recommend you to download the virtual machine. Okay, here you can see the pre-built virtual machines of Kali Linux. Depending on 64-bit or 32-bit, you can select. Okay, for now I am using 64-bit. And see guys, I am running Windows 11, okay, on my main system. Now here you can download virtual machine for either VMware, VirtualBox or some other things. Okay, we will proceed with VirtualBox 64-bit and click here. Okay, direct download. Never go with the torrent as the files are corrupted. Okay, so you cannot trust that. So click on this here on the download button. This is a direct download link. Okay, but for now I am not going to click it because I already have this latest virtual machine of Kali Linux, that is version 2023.1. Okay, this is the latest version, as you can check it here as well. Okay, see Kali Linux 2023.1. So I already have this latest virtual machine. Okay, here it is. So let me switch back to VirtualBox and go to file. Before importing the virtual machine, we have to go to tools and then click on extension pack manager. As you can see, it is using the older version, right? So click on uninstall, click on remove, and now click on install. Select the location of the newer version of extension pack. You can double click on it and click on install. Okay, now you have to agree this, so I agree. Okay, so you can see the Oracle VM VirtualBox extension pack has been updated to the latest version, right? And this sign says that it is active. Now let's try to import the virtual machine. So go to files, import appliance, browse it, or what you can do is you can directly open it. Okay, so let me show you how. Just open this folder and here just double click on it. Okay, and you can see it is opened in the virtual box. Now simply click on start and it will work. Okay, it says powering up the virtual machine. So you can see here we have on the login page. So just type Kali as username and password as Kali. Hit enter. And we have on the Kali Linux latest version. Okay, so this is the interface for Kali. Okay, so let me show you some basic commands. So first of all, just open the terminal. Okay, so you can change the password. So sudo passwd. Now you have to set the new password. So for now, I am not going to change this. I am just showing you how to change the password. Okay, so Kali and Kali. Done. Now, first of all, whenever you install this virtual machine, you have to run a command apt-get update. Okay. Okay, so you have to type sudo apt-get update. Okay, so this is the very first command you have to run, and once completed you have to run the next command, which is apt-get upgrade. Okay, so it will going to take some time, so let me pause the video. Okay, now the next command is apt-get upgrade. Okay, so we have to use sudo powers apt-get upgrade. See, as I am not logged in with the root user, that's why I have to use the sudo powers. If I am the root, I can directly run any command I want. Root is like the administrator user in Windows, right? So root has all the powers. Root is a super user. And the default username and password is root as the username, and the opposite of root, that is TOOR, is the password, is the default password for root user. Okay, so my Kali is upgrading. Now it's time to run the third important command, which is apt-get dist-upgrade. Okay, it means distribution upgrade. Okay, you have to select Y, that is yes, we want to continue. So in total we are going to run 4 different commands. The first is apt-get update, then upgrade, then distribution upgrade, and at last we will use apt space auto remove. Okay, we will use auto remove command in order to remove the older version of the packages. Okay, as you know that we have downloaded the latest version of all the packages, so it is important for us to remove the older versions from our system, okay, for smooth processing, right? Now let's run our final command, that is apt space, okay, let me use sudo apt space auto remove. Yes, we want to continue. Okay, done. So we are now ready to use Kali Linux. Okay, one more thing. Switch to Oracle VirtualBox Manager, select the virtual machine, go to settings and change the network settings, okay, from NAT to NAT network. See, NAT network works best with virtual machines, okay, but if you are not comfortable with it and you have knowledge about networking, you can also proceed with bridged adapter, okay, but for now we will proceed with NAT network, okay. I will set NAT network for each virtual machine that we are using for our practical. So this is the complete process of downloading and using Kali Linux in virtual machine. Now let's talk about the basics of terminal. So click here to open the terminal. Now by default we have logged in to the root user, okay. Now terminal is the interface between user and system. It acts as a medium between the two. It takes command from the user, then convert that command into the language which your system understands, okay, and then takes the output from the system, and then it will convert that result into the human readable format and show that here, okay. So let's talk about the basic but important commands for new users. First of all, we will proceed with ifconfig command. It stands for interface configuration. It will show us all the active interfaces of our system, okay. See, right now we have two active interfaces, ETA0, that is Ethernet, and the other is loopback, okay. So let's focus on this one. So this one is our private IP assigned to this particular system, okay, by our gateway. So this is the IP address for this particular system. We can also change these settings, okay, or network configurations using ifconfig command, but we will do that in the coming lectures. For now, let's just focus on the IP address and net mask, okay. So our next command is apt-get. apt stands for advanced package tool, okay. It is actually a Debian repository for Kali Linux. Now what is repository? It is a folder on the server where you will get all the updates, all the softwares available to use with this system, okay, with this operating system. By default you will not get all the softwares which supports Kali, okay. You will only get the one which are either popular or required by your operating system. So if you want to install anything else, you can search this repository. It is very easy to use this command. If you use apt-get update, okay, so it will look for the latest updates for this operating system and will install it on your PC, on this virtual machine, okay. Once you get the update, you can use the command upgrade, okay, and when you hit enter, it will upgrade all the softwares which we have downloaded or installed previously, okay. Right now it says 0 upgrade, 0 newly installed, right. Then the another command would be double amp. We will use this when we want to combine two different commands. For example, when we use apt, just a sec, apt-get update, okay, and then we will use double amp and then apt-get upgrade. Okay, so the system will going to run this command at first, and once installed it will proceed with the second command. So when you want to use two commands in the same line, one after another, we can use this. Okay, so we have actually covered three different commands here, which is important from the perspective of a beginner. So if config for interface configuration, then we have apt-get, and the last is double-env. Okay, so these are the three basic but important commands. Now let's talk about some more important commands. So the next is uname. Okay, we will use this command in order to get the basic information about our computer's hardware or software. Okay, we can also use --help in order to get all the available options to be used with the command. Okay, you can use --help with any command you want. Okay, you can use ifconfig --help, right? So right now let's focus on uname. Okay, so uname --help. If we use uname -a, it will print all the information regarding our operating system, right? But if we want to know a particular information about our operating system or our hardware, we can try these options. Okay, so for example, let's try uname -m. M stands for machine. Okay, so it says it will print the machine hardware name. If we use -p, it says unknown. Why? Because we are using Kali as an operating system inside a virtual machine. Okay, so it doesn't have access to our main system. That's why it was unable to print any hardware or real software information which we are using on our main system. So if we try -i, maybe it says unknown. See, it was unable to detect, right? But if we use -o, we will get the info, right? So in order to get the basic information about a computer's hardware or software, we will use uname, okay, along with its different options, right? So you can use --help in order to see all available options with their description. Okay, so if we use uname -o, it says O stands for operating system, and what it will do, it will print the operating system information on your screen, right? So you can try --help and try different options available to be used with any command you want, right? Now let's talk about the widely used Linux command, which is ls. It stands for list. It will show you the list of all available files and folders. Okay, so if I type ls and hit enter, you will see that these are the folders available inside root directory. As you know, right now we are logged in with root and our current directory is root. So here in this blue color you will see all the folders. Okay, in green it is actually an executable file. Okay, it is actually a script, right? So let me create a blank file with the name xyz. Okay, and let's use ls again. Now you will see that in the white text you will see the file name. So this is actually a difference to know which is the folder, which is the file, and which is the executable one, right? Now let's try ls hyphen hyphen help. So here are all the available options we can use with the ls command, right? Starting with hyphen a for all. It says if we use ls hyphen a, do not ignore entries starting with dot. Now what is dot? See, dot represents all the hidden files and folders. So if you see dot abc in the white color, it means it is actually a hidden file, right? But if you use single dot without any other entry, it will represent our current directory, right? So ls-a, and you can see that we have a lot of hidden files and folders as well, right? So using hyphen a, we will able to see all of them, including the hidden ones, right? Now let's see what are the other options available. So we have used hyphen a for all. Now we can use the rest. Okay, for example, if we use hyphen d, it says d stands for directory. It will list directories themselves and not their contents. Okay, so let's try it. So ls hyphen d. Okay, we are able to see the same content. No worries. Let's try the other options like hyphen r for reverse. It will reverse the order while sorting. Okay, so for example, when we use ls, we will able to see the files and folders in order of their alphabet starting from a to z. But if we use ls-r, it will reverse the result. See, we will able to see the file starting with x, and at last we will able to see desktop starting with d. So this is hyphen r. Okay, so let's see the other options. So we have hyphen I for inode. It will show the index number, so ls hyphen I. So we will able to see their IDs as well along with their name, right? Then we have ls hyphen L. It stands for long list. It will actually show us all the available files and folders along with their other informations. For example, here at first you will able to see permissions applied on that folder. We will learn about permissions in the coming lectures, but for now let's understand R stands for read, W stands for write, and X stands for executable. That's it for now. Okay, then you will able to see the owner of that directory and the user which has created that directory. In our case both are same, that is root. Okay, then their size and the date when they are created. Okay, actually I am using the pre-built virtual machine, that's why it is showing the older date, right? Okay, so this is our current date. So when we use date command, you will able to see the current date and time as well. Okay, so you have learned about ls command and date command as well. Also you can use date hyphen hyphen help. Okay, so you will see the so many options here. Okay, you can try them yourself, right? But for now let's not go into deep into any command, but you can just try ls command and its other options in order to understand a command better. Our next command is cd command. Cd stands for change directory. So when you want to change your location, that is your directory from one to another, we will use cd command. Directory means your folder. Okay, so let's do ls, and suppose you want to move inside downloads folder, so we will use cd space the name of the folder. Okay, downloads. See, it worked, right? So to change or to move into any directory other than current directory, we will use cd command. Okay, and if you want to move one step back, okay, which means if you want to move towards parent directory, we will use cd space dot dot. This double dot represents parent directory. Okay, so cd space dot dot means one step back. Hit enter and you can see we are in the root directory, right? Now suppose you want to move to desktop folder, so we will use cd space desktop. Okay, let's do ls, and you can see there is nothing there. Okay, because here on the desktop there are no files or folders available. Now if you use cd space single dot and hit enter, nothing happens because single dot represents current directory. So we are giving instructions to the computer that change directory to current directory, right? That's why we are in the same directory, right? Now let's quickly create a blank file. So when you want to create a new empty file in Linux, we will use touch command. So touch is another command. So touch space name of the file like sample. Hit enter. See, here on the desktop we have got a new blank file, right? Just open it and you can see this file is just a blank file. Our next command is cat command. So if you want to read the data of any file in read only format, we will use this command, cat space the name of the file like sample. Hit enter and there is no content there, right? So we will use cat command in order to view the data in read only format. We cannot change the data by simply using cat command, right? Although there are other options to be used with cat command when we want to edit a file, but for now if we use cat command alone, it will only show us the data inside a file. Okay, so just open this file, double click on the file and it will open. Type the content like 123 ABC XYZ hacker etc. Okay, just save it and close the file. Again use the same command. See, if you want to run any command that you have previously run on the system, then we can use upper arrow key. It will repeat the command, see, like this. Okay, so hit enter and you can view the content of the file here, right? So we have learned about 3 commands: the cd change directory, touch to create a new empty file, and then there is cat. Okay, to clear the terminal we will use clear command. Now our next command is rm command, that is remove. So if I use rm space, okay, first let's create a blank file. So touch abc. Okay, the file is here. Now rm space abc and you can see the file is deleted. So let's do ls and there is no file with the name abc, right? Now our next command is mkdir. Mk stands for make and dir is your directory. Directory means your folder. So to create a folder in Linux, we will use mkdir command followed by the name of the folder. Let's say folder 123. Hit enter and let's do ls. There it is. right? So folder is in blue color and file is in simple white text. Okay. Now if I do rm space 123, you can see it says cannot remove 123 because it is a directory, right? So if you want to remove a directory, we will use rmdir, that is remove directory command. Hit enter. Let's do ls, and it worked, right? Okay. But what if the folder is not empty? Okay. Let's do that. mkdir 123, and let's move into 123, and now let's just create a file, let's say xyz. Okay, again desktop, let's do ls, done. Now if I try to remove directory 123 using rmdir command, it says directory not empty, which means rmdir command will only work if the folder is empty. Okay, so suppose rm command is not working and rmdir command is also not working. Okay, you have tried to delete files and folders but you are failed. So in that case you can use an all-rounder command, which is rm space hyphen rf. Okay, so remove recursive forcefully, which means just forcefully remove any file or folder. It doesn't matter. Okay, if that is a blank folder or maybe there's some data in that folder, that doesn't matter here. Okay, so we will use rm space hyphen rf followed by the name of the folder, and you can see the folder is deleted, right? Okay, so these are just the basic commands which are important also from the point of view of an beginner. Let's talk about cp command. Cp stands for copy. So when we want to copy any file, we will use cp command followed by the name of the file and then the destination. Okay, so let's see this. So cp space sample, sample is our file name, and suppose you want to copy this file inside a downloads folder, so we will provide the destination path here. Okay, so if I want try to type download, it doesn't work because downloads folder is not on the desktop, it is inside the root folder. So to root see slash is the symbol which denotes the root folder. Okay, so slash, and inside root we have downloads folder. See, so slash root slash downloads. Okay, this is the complete path. Now you can copy any file to the desired location but with a different name as well. So if I type let's say hacker 555 and hit enter, it means we have copied the sample file from the desktop to the downloads folder but with a different name. Now the content will be same but the file name is different. So let's view the content of the hacker 555. So slash root slash downloads and then hit enter. See, the content will be the same because the file is same but with a different name this time. Okay, now instead of copying anything, if you want to move that file or folder, we will use the mv command. Mv stands for move and the rest of the syntax would be same. So move, name of the file and then the destination. Okay, now our next command is pwd, that is present working directory. It will show us the complete path of the directory which we are working right now. Okay, so if I hit enter, you can see our complete path is /root/desktop, right? See, for now we know that we are working inside desktop, but sometimes it happens that we are working somewhere deep inside a folder. At that time, it is not possible for us to remember the complete path starting from slash, right? In that case, we can use pwd command to know our current directory complete path, right? So we have learned cp, mv and pwd. Okay. In the previous video, I told you that we will use mv command to move a file or folder. Okay. But we can also use mv command in order to rename the file. For example, let's just quickly create a file. Let's say new file. Okay. And if you want to change the name of this file, so mv followed by the file name and then the new name. Let's say the new name would be file 888. Hit enter, and if we do ls, you can see the file name is changed to file 888. Okay. So mv is for move and also for rename. Now let's talk about our next command, which is locate command. We use this command in order to locate the file in the system. So suppose you remember the file name but you don't know the complete path of that file. Okay. So in that case, we will use the locate command. So locate space the name of the file. For example, if I type passwd stands for password, and hit enter, you can see all the files related to passwd, whether it is passwd.txt or passwd.list or passwd.templates, etc. You can see all of them. Okay. So let's try one more file. So locate space user.txt file. This time I provided the extension. See, it worked. So we have got the password, dictionary, etc. So everything that has user.txt will show you here on the terminal when we use the locate command. So we use locate command in order to locate the file or know the destination of that file in our system. Let's talk about sort command. But first, let me put some data into this file. So let's say 1 2 3 ABC. Okay. Anything. So I am putting some random data here. Just save the file, and if we view the content of this file, you can see the content is not sorted. Okay. So to sort them in ascending order, we will use sort space the name of the file and hit enter, and you can see it has been sorted in the ascending order. But if you want to sort them in descending order, you can simply type sort space -r for reverse and then the name of the file, and you can see here. This way you can sort the content of any file using sort command. So sort and sort space -r for reverse. Now let's move towards our next command, which is zip. So when you want to zip any file or folder, we will use this command. So the format would be zip space the name of the file you want to create space the name of the current file. Okay, so zip space, let's say hacker dot zip space current file name. Hit enter. See, here on the desktop we have got our hacker.zip file, right? You can check on the terminal as well using ls command, and see, zip file will always shown in the red color, whereas the normal file would be in the plain white text. Okay. Now, if you want to unzip this, we will simply use unzip command and then the name of the file which we want to unzip. Hit enter. Okay, it's asking whether you want to replace the current file or you want to rename it. Simply type Y and hit enter. See, the file is being created. Okay. Now, what if you want to unzip this file somewhere else other than the current directory? First of all, let's create a folder, let's say XYZ. Okay, now I want to unzip this file inside this folder. In that case, we will use unzip space the name of the file and then the path. Okay, hit enter. Okay, if you want to unzip it inside a folder, we have to use an option called -d, which stands for directory. Hit enter. If you want to check it, just use ls against that folder. See, it worked, right? If you want to view this graphically, just double click on the folder here on the desktop and you can see the file, right? So we have got our file 888 back. So this is how zip and unzip command will work. Our next command is where is. See, whatever command we use in Linux will have a module located somewhere on this system, right? So if you want to locate that, we will use where is command along with the name of the command, like where is ls, and you can see this is the complete path for the module of ls command, right? So you can try where is command with any other command you like. Okay, so where is cat, here it is, right? Now the next command is history command. You can view the complete list of the commands which you have ran in this particular session, right? See, here is the complete list of it, right? And if you want to repeat a particular command, so you have two options. Either you can use the up arrow key in order to find that command, right? Or you can simply type history command and then use the exclamation mark followed by the number of that command. Like if I type 119, then this command will get repeated. Okay, if I type 120, then ls will be repeated. If I hit enter, see, it worked, right? So this way you can use any command from the history. Okay, if you want to clear the history, simply use history space -c for clear. Okay, now if I use up arrow key, it's not working. Let's try history command. You can see there are no commands other than the one which we have recently used. So the history is cleared. Okay. Let's talk about some more commands. So our next command would be add user. We will use this command in order to create a new account to our Kali. Okay. So to create a new user in Kali, we will use add user, right? So add user space the name of the user account. Let's say it would be Harry 5. Okay, so it's just a name and nothing else. So add user space Harry 5, hit enter. Okay, it will ask for the password, so let's do that. Let's say 111 would be the password. Okay, now it says full name for Harry 5. So Harry 5, hit enter. Room number, leave it blank, again blank, next, hit enter. It says, is this information correct? Yes. Okay, so the user has been created, right? Now suppose you haven't provided the password when you are creating the user. Okay, suppose you have left the password to blank and now you want to assign the password. Okay, so we will use the passwd command for that. So passwd Harry 5, hit enter. It says enter new Unix password. See, as we are logged in from the root user, so it never asks you for the password when you switch to a normal user. As you know, root user is the admin user in Linux which has all the powers. So whenever you logged in with the root user, you will able to see this hash sign. Okay, and whenever you try to log in with a standard user with limited powers, you will see a dollar sign instead of hash, right? So the new password would be 222, hit enter. Again 222, hit enter. It says password updated successfully, right? So we have learned about add user and passwd. Now let's see how we can log in to the other user. For example, if you want to switch from one user to another, we will use the su command, that is switch user space followed by the user we want to switch to. Let's say Harry 5, hit enter, and see here Harry 5 @Kali instead of root, right? Also you will able to see the dollar sign here which says the user you have logged in from has limited power in this system. Okay, now each user has its separate directory. For example, for root we have /root, right? So for Harry we have /home Harry. Okay, so cd space /home/Harry 5. Okay, hit enter. Let's do ls, and there's nothing there because we have created a new user, right? And we haven't created any data inside this directory. So the home directory for Harry 5 would be /home/Harry 5, right? And for root it is /root. Okay, so let's switch back to root. See, it asks you for the password because if you are the root user, you will able to log into the standard user without any password. But if you try to log into the root, or if you try to switch to another standard user from one standard user, it will ask for the password. Okay, see, it says authentication failure because I have provided the wrong password here. Okay, so let's do it again. Switch to root and then the password. Okay, see, who am I? We use who am I command just to make sure that from which user we have logged into. Okay, so who am I? Root. So you have learned about add user, passwd, switch user, and who am I. Our next command is exit, to exit the terminal, right? Now let's talk about the chmod command, that is change mode command. Okay, we use this command in order to change the permissions for files and folders. Okay, so change mode followed by the permissions and then the name of the file or folder, right? So First of all, the permissions are divided into three parts. The first one is for admin, second is for group, and third is for others, public, okay, or you can say normal standard users, right? So the permissions are divided into three parts. The first part is for admin, second is for group, and third is for others, okay. So the format would be same, okay. The sequence of the permissions will remain same all the time, okay. Now we have three different permissions, okay. So R is equal to read, W is equal to write, and X for execute, okay. So we have three permissions: read, write, and execute, denoted by R, W, and X letters, okay. So whenever we want to assign permissions based on letters, we will use R, W, and X, but we can also use numbers here. For example, for read we can use 4, for write we may use 2, and for execute we will use 1. So instead of typing RWX, it means whenever you want to assign full permission to any of them, so instead of typing RWX, we can simply use 7, because 4 plus 2 plus 1 is equal to 7, right? The same way, if you want to assign only read and execute permissions to group, we will use read blank execute, or we can type 5 here, okay. Both has same meaning, RWX or 7 and R blank X is equal to 5. And for others, suppose we want to only assign permissions to, let's say, read, and we don't want to assign write and execute permissions, so either we can type R hyphen hyphen, or we can simply type 4, which means read, okay. So the permissions are divided into three parts. The first part is for admin, second is for group, and third is for others. We can assign read, write, and execute permissions using alphabets like RWX or numbers 4 to 1, okay. Now let's see the practical in the next video. To check the permissions, we will use ls-l. I told you this command in one of our previous lectures. Here you can see, if you count them, these are 10 in total, okay. So the first place which says D stands for directory. If it was a file, then you will see a blank, okay. So the first place is D. The rest 9 are divided into three parts: 3, 3, and 3. The first three permissions are for the admin user, which means the user who has created that folder, okay. I am not talking about root here, okay, because root is a super user. If you take away all the permissions from the root, still root is able to do read, write, and execute on all the files and folders, as this user is created when we are installing the operating system, right? So I am talking about admin user here. These permissions are for admin user. These permissions are for the group owner. See, group means, suppose I have added 3 people and assigned name group A. Now if I want to provide permissions to group A, that permission will be applied on all the users inside that group, okay. So instead of assigning separate permissions to each user, I will create a group for them, okay. And these permissions are for others, which means those who are not admin and not in any group were considered as others, okay. So if we use letters here, like change mode, if you want to assign permissions to the admin, then we will use U for user, admin user, okay. So we will use a plus sign when we want to assign permissions, And if you want to take away permissions, we will use minus sign. Okay, that means we are taking back the permissions. So user plus suppose rwx space. Okay, first let's just create a blank file, let's say temp. Okay, and let's check the permissions for temp. You can see the admin has the read write permission and others has read only permissions. But suppose we want to assign full permissions to all of them, for admin, for group and for others, which means rwx rwx rwx. Okay, so if we use letters in order to assign permissions, we have to use u plus rwx and then the name of the file. Okay, then g plus rwx, that is for group, and at last we will use o for others. So if you want to assign full permissions to all of them, we have to use these commands, right? So if you check, you will see all of them have full permissions over this file. You can see the file colors changes to green. Green means the file is now executable. As soon as we assign the executable permissions to any file, it will change its color to green. So if you want to take back the permissions, you have to do u minus rwx for temp. Okay, again g minus rwx and then again for others, right? Now if you check again, you will see there are no permissions whatsoever on this file, right? So this is the one way. The other way is to use numbers, chmod 777, which means read write and execute for admin, then the second 7 is for rwx permission for group, and the last 7 is for others. So change mode 777 temp, done. See, it worked, right? So using numbers are easy instead of using letters, right? And if you want to take permissions back, simply type change mode 000, which means no permission to any. Check again, and here it is. Okay, so let's change it to the default permissions. So whenever you create a file, you will get 644 as a default permissions for that file. Okay, so what does 644 stand for? It stands for read and write. 6 means 4 plus 2, r is equal to 4, w is equal to 2. So 6 means read write and r means 4, again 4, right? So this is the easy method to assign the permissions, right? Okay, so you have learned how to apply permissions to a file. But what if you want to apply that same permission to the folder, and you want that all the files and folders inside that folder will be automatically share the same permissions? For example, first let's move to desktop. Okay, and if I do pwd, you can see we are on the desktop of the root. Here if I do ls-l, you will see that we have a folder xyz. Okay, and these are the permissions for that particular folder. Okay, and let's check the data inside this folder. So we have only one file here, so let me create one more file. So touch temp. Okay, and let's just create a folder as well. So abc. Okay, so now we have one folder and two files inside the xyz folder, right? And you can check their permissions as well. By default, the directory have these permissions, okay, and files have these, right? So let's go one step back. Okay, so This time I will change the permission for this folder, okay? But later you will came to know that all the data inside this folder, which is these things, all these files and folders will get the same permission which we apply here. Okay, so let's see the practical. Chmod -R. R stands for recursive, which means all the data inside a folder, right? So this time we are actually assigning permissions to a folder and its content. And the name, okay, first the permissions, let's say 777. Okay, I want to assign full permissions to all the, including admin, group and other users. Okay, and at last we have the name of the folder. Hit enter. Let's do ls-l for xyz, and you can see the directory has read write execute permission for admin, read write execute permission for group and read write execute permission for others as well, right? Now let's move inside the folder and let's check the permissions here as well. So you can see all the files changes to green color because the files are now executable, right? See, both files have full permissions, right? So this is how you can assign a permission over the folder and its contents using -R. R stands for recursive. You have learned about basic commands. Now let's talk about some of the basic shortcuts in Linux. Okay, so suppose your terminal is full of commands, okay, and you want to clear this. So either we can use clear command or we can use a shortcut which is Ctrl+L. Okay, so Ctrl+L is the shortcut for clear, right? Now suppose there is some process going on, okay, and which keeps your system busy, okay, which keeps this terminal busy, and you want to kill that process because it's taking longer than usual. In that case we will use Ctrl+C. So Ctrl+C used to kill the process, right? But instead of killing a process, if you want to stop a process, we can use Ctrl+Z. Okay, that way the process will get stopped and will be moved to the background, right? Okay, then we have, suppose you want to copy something in Linux, okay, let's say you want to copy these words, the files. So just select them and use Ctrl+Shift+C. In Windows we use Ctrl+C, but here in Linux we have to use Ctrl+Shift+C. Okay, and to paste it we will use Ctrl+Shift+V. See, right? Because if we use Ctrl+C, it will kill the process instead of copying a content, right? So Ctrl+Shift+C used to copy and V for paste, right? Now suppose you are typing a very long command, okay, a very long command, and you want to move your cursor at the beginning of this command. So you have two options. First one is to use the left side arrow key, okay, just to move at the beginning, right? And again if you want to go to the end, you have to use right arrow key. But we have shortcuts for this as well. We will use Ctrl+A to go to the beginning of the command and Ctrl+E to go to the end of the command. Okay, so Ctrl+A to go to the beginning of a command and Ctrl+E to go to the end of the command, right? And there is one more shortcut which is Ctrl+K. Okay, so suppose you want to delete last 5 characters of this command. So move your cursor to the 5th one and use Ctrl+K. It will actually cut the data starting from the cursor, right? And if you don't use that data in the future, it will automatically gets deleted, right? So if you want to delete something, just move your cursor, use Ctrl K and just leave it. Okay, the data is been deleted now, right? So these are the some of the basic shortcuts. So we have learned about Control C to kill a process, right? Control L for clear, Control Z to stop a process, Control A to go to the start of the command, Control E to go to the end, Control K to cut something, some data, some lines, right? And Control Shift C to copy and Control Shift V to paste. Okay. This section is dedicated to Linux forensics only. So if you know about Windows forensics or not, that doesn't matter here, because Linux forensics investigation is completely different from Windows forensics. So what you will learn here? First, you will learn how to create the image of an compromised Linux machine using FTK Imager. Second, you will learn to examine a compromised Linux machine using autopsy. Third, you will learn how to analyze the most common locations of compromised artifacts. So let's get started. Before we start the practical, you must understand 5 important key terms. The first is FTK Imager. FTK Imager is a powerful and widely used software tool that enables users to create forensic images from digital devices. This free tool is commonly employed by forensic analysts and investigators to capture and preserve the content of storage media, such as hard drives or memory cards. By creating a forensic image, investigators can perform analysis and extract evidence while maintaining the integrity of the original data. Next is history file. The history file, often referred to as the command history or bash history, records the commands that a user has entered during their session on a Unix-like system. It keeps a chronological list of executed commands, including the command itself and the time it was executed. The history file can be a valuable resource for users to recall previous commands or for forensic investigators to reconstruct the actions performed by a specific user. Next is /etc/shadow file. Okay, so the /etc/shadow file is a critical file in Linux systems that stores the encrypted password hashes for the user accounts. Unlike the passwd file, which is used to contain password hashes, the shadow file enhances security by storing this sensitive information in a restricted file, only accessible to the root user or privileged processes. By storing password hashes in shadow file, it helps protect user credentials and prevents unauthorized access to plain text passwords. Then we have /etc/passwd. The passwd file is a system file found in Unix-like operating systems that stores essential user account information. It contains a list of usernames, user IDs, group IDs, user home directories, default shells, and other account-related details. While traditionally the file used to store password hashes as well, modern systems have moved the password hashes to the more secure shadow file. The passwd file, however, still plays a vital role in maintaining user account information and system functionality. The last is auth.log. So the authentication log file is an essential log file found in Linux-based systems. It records security-related events, including user authentication attempts, successful logins, failed login attempts, and other relevant information. Monitoring the auth.log file can help administrators identify unauthorized access attempts or potential security breaches, allowing them to take appropriate actions to safeguard the system. Now, please note that it's crucial to handle these files and tools with care, following legal and ethical guidelines, and ensuring appropriate authorization when working with sensitive information or performing forensic investigations. In this video, you will learn how to create an image using FTK Imager. FTK Imager is a free and powerful tool that allows us to view, create and even mount disk images. So let's see how to use it. Just double click on it to open it. Go to File and select Add Evidence Item. Now here, select physical drive, which is by default selected, and click on Next. Okay, from the drop down list, select physical drive 4. Now click on Finish. Okay, now expand the physical drive 4 by clicking on the plus icon. Now just right click on the Metasploitable root and select Export Disk Image. Here click on Add button, select Raw DD, which is by default selected, and click on Next. Here leave everything blank. Okay, no need to worry, just click on Next. Now it asks for image destination folder. Here we have to browse to the desktop and then the image folder. Click OK. You can verify the location. Now here in the image file name, let's type linux.td. You can give any name you want. Now here in the image fragment size, you have to specify 30,000. So 30000. Okay, 3 and 4 times 0. Simply click on Finish and now click on Start. Now the process has started, so we have to wait till it's get completed. So in this video, you have learned how to create an disk image using FTK Imager. And this time we have created the image of Linux operating system. Once this process gets completed, simply close the box and close the tool. That's it. And let's move forward to the next step. In this video, you will learn how to load the disk from the compromised machine. So in the previous video, we have created an image using FTK Imager. Now it's time to load the image into Autopsy. As you know that Windows uses file system types NTFS, that is New Technology File System. And it has also used FAT32, FAT16. FAT stands for File Allocation Table. But in Linux, it uses different. It uses ext3, ext4, etc. So ext stands for Extend File System. And it will also use RFS, that is Razor File Systems in Linux. So just open the Autopsy tool by double clicking on it. It's loading. So let's wait. Once loaded, it will give us 3 options. First, new case. Second is open recent case. And the third one is open case. So we will proceed with first option, that is new case. So click on new case. Now it asks for case name. So case name, let's say Linux. And base directory, go to desktop, select the image folder. Click next. Now case number. You can type anything. So let me type Linux only. In the examiner name, let's type student. Click on Finish. Now it will take few seconds. Now here in this window, we will proceed with the first option, default option, which says disk image or VM file. Click on Next. Now here, click Browse. Go to Desktop, Image folder, and then the linux.dd. So here we are actually selecting the image that we have created using FTK Imager in the previous video. Now simply click on next. Here leave all the boxes checked. Do not interfere with any options. We will need all of them. So click next. Now the tool has started processing. You can see it says data source has been added to the local database. Now files are being analyzed. Just click on finish, and here at the bottom you can see the process is still going on, but that will not going to affect our process. So let's move on the third part. In this video you will learn how to analyze common locations of compromised artifacts. Suppose your intrusion detection system has sent you a notification regarding one of the machines has been compromised and has provided you the IP address of that machine, which we will verify at the end. So first of all, we see the file system on the image. So expand the data sources and then the Linux image. Now here in Linux, var directory is very important, this one, the last one. It will contain a lot of important files. So let's analyze it. So expand var directory. Now inside var we have log. So expand it and click on log. Now we will look for auth.log file. Here it is, this one. So double click on it and the file will open here at below. Okay. If by default you are on the hex tab, you have to select text so that we can read it. You can increase its size. Here you can scroll down and you can read it. So session opened by root user UID 0. See, root user have always the UID 0. Now click on next page and let me scroll down. Here you can see that many attempts was made to get login with the Ubuntu user or TWR user. So you can see it says authentication failure. So someone has tried to crack the root password as well. Okay, UID 0 is for root, then fail password for invalid user, that is TWR, reverse of root. So you can read logs. Again, authentication failure, invalid user. So many attempts was made. It was like someone has tried brute force attack. And you can see it says failed password for root. But then the password has been accepted for root user. It means the hacker has got access into our system and has also created a new user with a TWR name. This one, see, it says new user with UID 1004. Okay. So it means this is suspicious. You can also see the timings when the user has tried to log in or when the new user has created. You can see this much of details in log files. Okay, so now we will explore the history file. History file will help us to see the commands that has been run by the TWR user. So go to home folder and click on TWR and here select bash history file. So here you can see that it says it has gone through the var directory, okay, and has changed something with the index.php and then has created a folder with credit card numbers. Okay, then we have sample numbers. So actually hacker has got access to this file and it has actually uploaded some of the stolen credit card numbers so that others can view it through our system. And it has also stolen password hashes from the shadow file. Okay, so now we will find out if that file that TWR downloaded to their home directory is malicious or not. So we will need to upload a file to the VirusTotal because hacker has downloaded and executed a file for Linux with the name shell.elf. Okay, this file, here it is at the last line. So we will upload this file to the VirusTotal So let's save this file, this one, shell.elf. Just right click on it, select extract files, go to desktop, then image, and save it here. Click OK, minimize the tool, and let me open the browser. Now upload the file. So desktop, image, and shell. Open it. It says the file is malicious. So let's explore more. So open autopsy tool again, go to where, and then logs. Now click on Apache 2 folder. Here click on access.log. This file actually tracks events on a Linux system for a hosted website. So here below, if you scroll down and read it carefully, you will come to know that someone from the different IP address has used nmap. Okay, see, it says nmap.org, and this is the IP address from which the attackers has performed the attack. And someone has also accessed the directory, credit card directory, and someone has also accessed the shadow file as well. Okay, so we have got a lot of information just by reading the logs. Now let's move to the web root directory to see what actually hacker has did. So we have where, inside where it is www. Select the directory and read the information from index.php, this one. You can see it says this site has been defaced. So the next step is to look into the credit card directory. So inside www, let me scroll up and you will see credit card number. Now open this file numbers.txt. Now you can see the details. So these are the details which hackers has uploaded. See, a hacked system is always a company's liability. So this way you can create an image, load an image, and then analyze the data and then export the file as well. Securing Linux is important because of its extensive adoption in company and organizational server infrastructure. With Linux being widely utilized in servers and cloud environments, learning how to safeguard its configurations and settings become crucial in preserving an organization's assets. By mastering the best practices for securing Linux, one can effectively fortify the operating system, ensuring the protection of critical resources within the organization. So here we have two virtual machines. One is Kali Linux and other is Ubuntu Linux. So Ubuntu is our target and Kali is the attacker machine. So first we will exploit the target system and then we will secure it. Before we move towards the practical, first let's understand 5 important terms. First is Kali Linux. Kali Linux, a cutting-edge Linux distribution, specializes in advanced penetration testing, digital forensics, ethical hacking, and network security assessments. Next is Anonymous FTP. Unlocking the power of file exchange, Anonymous FTP enables users to effortlessly connect to FTP sites, freely uploading and downloading files without the need for an account. Then Apache. Powering websites with efficiency, Apache is a widely adopted web server software primarily deployed in Linux, though it is also compatible with Windows, ensuring seamless hosting and serving of web content. Next is Nmap. Enhancing system security, Nmap acts as a vigilant port scanner, expertly detecting and reporting open or closed ports on the remote systems, assisting in comprehensive vulnerability assessments. Last is UID of 0. The UID of 0, granting users root level privileges, empowering them with unrestricted control and access to critical system resources. First, let's find out the IP address of our own system. So if config eth0, so 192.168.1.50 is our IP address. Now let's ping with our target system to find out whether it is live or not. So 192.168.1.25 -c4. You can see the system is replying. It means the system is live. Now I have used here -c4 because I want this pinging process to stop automatically after 4 attempts. Now let's perform the scan using nmap on our target system. So 168.1.25. Using nmap is very simple, very easy. Just type nmap followed by the target IP. And here we have the output, and you can see it says port FTP is open and port number is 21. Then port SSH is open with port number 22. Then telnet, then HTTP, okay, and then SMB services. Okay, first we will try to find out that what operating system is running on our target. So for this we will use nmap capital A. So we have to use parameter capital A to find out the OS and then the IP of the target machine. Press enter and let's wait. So here's the output, and you can see the operating system name is Ubuntu. Okay, now notice one thing. Target system is running the operating system Ubuntu, which is a Linux flavor, and it has also an open port called FTP. And see, FTP will send the data in plain text, okay, using port number 21. So it's a serious security issue. So first of all, let's use FTP. So we are connecting with the target system using FTP. Now we have to provide the username and password. So username is FTP and leave the password as blank. Simply hit enter and we have got the access to FTP. Now let's use ls to find out the list of files and folders available there. Okay, so here is backup. So let's go inside backup. Now we are inside backup. So let's do ls. Okay, you can see here two important files in Linux, passwd and shadow file. So now let's download both of them. So get passwd received. Now get shadow downloaded. Just exit from here and we are back on our terminal. So let's read the content of the files which we have downloaded. So first we will use tail passwd. See, we are using here tail command. Okay, so by default, if we don't provide any parameter with this command, it will show us the last 10 lines of this file. So passwd, you can see last 10 lines of the passwd file. So here we have the name of all the users present on our target system along with their UID, GID and their home directory. Okay, so we have a lot of details here. Here notice one thing, the user tour, that is TWR, has a UID of 0, which is not a good thing because 0 is provided to the root. Okay, so there can be only one account with this UID. Now let's read the last 10 lines of the shadow file. Because of the security purpose, the passwords are stored into shadow file in encrypted form. So here you can see the hashes of the password, like this is the hash for the student and this is the hash for the tour user. So now we will try to crack these hashes. So for this we will use John and then shadow. Just hit enter and let's wait. Okay, so we have got the password in plain text. So user tour has password tour, user Ubuntu has the password Ubuntu, user student has the password as password, and user root, which is the main user, will also have the password as password. Okay, so these are the simple passwords just created for the purpose of learning only. Now let's scan the target again. So you can see port SSH is also open and port number is 22. So let's try to log in with SSH-L with root user, then the target IP. Here type yes and hit enter. It asks for the password, so use password PASSWORD. Now you can see we are acting as root and on the target system. So let's exit from here. Let's nmap again. Okay, this time we will use telnet. So telnet target IP. So login name is student and password is password. You can see we have successfully established the SSH session. Let's exit from here. Now let's try nmap again to see what more can we do. You can see HTTP is also open. So let me open the browser. Here type HTTP and then the IP address of the target machine. So 192.168.1.25. You can see the default web page. Okay, so just close it and let's do nmap one more time. You can see that the file and print sharing is open by the list of the ports. So let's try to connect with SMB service. So SMB client -L 192.168.1.25. Press enter. So let's create a directory mkdir/share. Done. Now we will mount this share directory. So we have created /share. Now let's mount it. So we will use mount -t cifs 192.168.1.25/myshare and then /share. We are actually mounting the remote share my share folder on 192.168.1.25 to the share folder that we have created on our Kali system. Okay, so just press enter and it asks for the password. Simply hit enter and done. Now we will create a file and write some data in it for our target system. So echo this is a fake file. Okay, under /share folder with the name demo.mp3. Hit enter and done. So in this video you have learned how to scan the target system for open ports and then use the vulnerabilities like FTP, SSH, HTTP, etc. Now in the next video you will learn how to protect your system or how to increase the security of your system to protect it from various attacks. Now we are using Ubuntu, which is our target system. As we know that there are many security issues with this machine, so let's remove them. So let me open the terminal. First of all, we will see if student user is in the sudo group. So we will use id student. Okay, now we will disable the root account because it's very dangerous for us if someone guess the password of the root account. So we will use sudo gedit /etc passwd. Now we must provide the password So PASSWORD. Okay, so here you can see the daemon. So let's just copy this path slash user slash sbin slash no login. So we are actually providing no login shell to the root user. By default root has slash bin slash bash. So we will remove it and we will say no login shell. Okay, now click on save and close it. Now to verify whether we have disabled the root account is working or not, so su space hyphen space root. Okay, so we are switching the user account to the root account. Let me type the password and you can see it says this account is currently not available. Let's move towards the next step. So in the previous video we have noticed that there is one more user with a name TOOR and it also has the same ID as the root user, which is 0. So let's verify sudo cat slash etc passwd pipe grep double quotes x colon 0. And yes, you can see that there are two users with UID 0, root and tour. So let me delete this user. So we will use sudo. See, if you are not the root user, then you have the limited powers. So if you want to use the power of root, we will use the sudo command. Sudo user del hyphen force tour. Now let's verify whether the tour user is gone. So id TOOR, it says no such user. Okay, now we have one more user with the name Ubuntu, so we'll change its password from simple to complex. So for this type sudo passwd and then the name of the user. Enter new password. So p @SSW0RD. Press enter. We had to retype the password and password updated successfully. Now we will scan our own system using nmap. So sudo nmap 127.0.0.1. Okay, this is the IP address for the localhost. And you can see we have FTP, SSH, Telnet, HTTP. These are the open ports. So sudo apt-get remove vsftpd. So we are actually removing FTP, okay, using sudo powers, and this is the command for it. vsftpd is the package name. Yes. And done. Now let's remove telnet. So sudo apt-get remove telnetd. Yes, we want to continue. And done. Let me clear the screen. Now let's remove the Apache. So sudo apt-get remove Apache 2. Yes. Done. Now let's scan again. Okay, done. Now here you can see FTP, Telnet and HTTP are now gone from the list, but still we have SSH server. We have to keep the SSH server for Windows users on the network because they would need third-party tools like WinSCP to copy files and folders, and that might not be authorized tool. So we will keep SSH server. Instead, we will remove the anonymous access to the shares. So we have to edit the Samba configuration file So sudo gedit /etc samba smb.conf. This is the configuration file for Samba. So we will edit this file in order to remove the anonymous access. So let me scroll down and let's look for share definition paragraph. Here it is. Let me increase the size. Okay. Now find this section with the name valid users. Here it is. So just remove this and instead we will type student here. Now click on save and close it. Let me clear the screen. And now we have to restart the Samba service. So we will use sudo service Samba restart. Now let me switch to the attacker machine and let's try to log in with this Samba. So smb client -L target IP, assign password. You can see it says smb1 disabled, no work group available. So we have performed the attacks and then we have secured our system from those attacks. Our next topic is anonymity. Okay, so what is anonymity? Most probably you have heard a word called anonymous, which means hidden. Okay, so there are a lot of ways which help you to become hidden over the internet, but don't ever think that you will be 100% untraceable. That is not possible, right? We can increase the level of privacy at the max, but don't ever think that you are 100% safe and no one can track you if you do any illegal activity, right? Don't ever consider anonymity if you are doing something illegal. Okay, you can use them for the legal purpose as well, like normal surfing. Okay, so most probably there are a lot of ways for this. You may heard a word called Tor browser, okay, or you know about virtual private networks, or you have heard about proxy, okay, and IP address changer, right? So there are a lot of things. We will learn about them one by one. So let's start with the very first thing, which is a proxy or a proxy server, right? Okay, so let's start with the proxy. Okay, proxy or proxy server are the same things. Okay, proxy is also known as the proxy server. Now, what is proxy server? See, it will help you to generate a fake identity. For example, there are two friends, Harry and John. Okay, or let's say Harry and Ajay. So Harry needs some medicines. Okay, but Harry don't want to go to the medical shop. Okay, so Harry say to Ajay that would you bring me some medicines? Ajay says okay, just give me the prescription. Then Ajay go to the medical store, let's say ABC Medicals, right? And it asks for the medicines, collect it and then transfer it to Harry. Now the ABC, the person on that medical store, doesn't know that these medicines are for Harry because Harry is able to hide his identity by sending Ajay to ABC. This is the proxy, right? This one is the real user, this one is the proxy, and this one is the website, right? This way website never knows that who is actually accessing my data. Okay, so suppose your college has banned facebook.com for all of their students in the campus, right? But as a student you want to visit this website, so what you can do is, suppose you are the student and you are trying to access Facebook. But before that, we have a firewall. Now, what is firewall? Firewall is a set of rules, right? So, firewall says, hey, I cannot allow you to go to facebook.com because it has been blocked, right? So, what this student can do is, this student will request firewall that, hey, I don't want to go to facebook.com, just send me to abc.com. Okay, now firewall says yes, abc is allowed. Okay, so it will allow you to go to the abc.com, but abc.com is a proxy server which says I can transfer you to any website you want because we haven't blocked any website. So student will first go to abc.com and then ask abc.com to open Facebook for him. Okay, so this way a student can access facebook.com after being blocked by the firewall. Okay, so this way we can use a proxy or proxy server. Now let's see the practical. Let's see the practical of proxy server. First of all, we have to download AnonSurf, that is anonymous surfing. It's actually a tool built for the proxy. Okay, the best way to download it is just open the browser and type download AnonSurf and you will get the first link of github.com from where you can download this. So what's the process of downloading this tool from GitHub? See, you have to copy that URL from GitHub and simply type git. Okay, first let's just move to desktop. Let's type git clone. This is the command and then you have to paste that URL, okay, which you have copied. So let's first open the browser. Okay, here type download AnonSurf and open this first link. Okay, you can also copy the link from this URL or you can copy this from below. Okay, you can copy its code, its installer, etc. You have instructions on how to use this repository, right? And some other information like what you can do with AnonSurf, what kind of commands you can use, okay, how to install it. See, the complete process is given here, right? So just close it, paste the link here and type .git at the end because this is the complete URL for this. I know because I have done it previously. Hit enter and it says cloning into Kali AnonSurf. Okay, so here on the desktop you can see we have got the folder, right? Now we have to install this. To install it we will use // and okay, first we have to move inside this folder Kali AnonSurf. Let's do ls and you can see the installer file here, installer.sh. Let's install it // then installer.sh. Okay, hit enter and now it has started installing this tool on our operating system. Okay, so let it install. Till then, let's open a new terminal. I have used a shortcut which is Ctrl+Shift+N for new terminal. Let's check our IP address. See, using ifconfig command, we will able to know our local IP address and not the public IP address, right? So, how to find out our public IP address? Just open your browser, okay, and type what is my IP. Let's try this one. It directly shows us the IP. See, here it is. Here is our original IP. Okay. and the other information as well. Like you can see here that this internet service provider is from this location, okay, and I am using this web browser under this operating system. This is the current time and the exact location, right? But don't worry, don't think that this is the correct information, right? Who knows that I am using IP address changer already on my main system? Okay, so again click on yes, let it download. See, when we open this tool, it automatically assigns us a new IP address, okay, from its available servers. So the installation process is completed. Now let's just start it. Okay, so Kali, let's just do ls. Okay, so Kali anon serve -- help. Okay, it says error processing package. Okay, so let me first check. Okay, so one file was missing, so I have created that file. Now the problem is solved. So let me show you which file I have created. So first of all, let's go to cd/etc default. Let's do ls. Here you will able to see a file called tor. This file was missing in my system, right? So I have created one. How? I used vim and then the name of the file, vim tor. Here you can see you have to type these lines here. Okay, run daemon yes. Okay, then save the file using escape shift:\wq for save and exit, exclamation for forcefully, hit enter. Okay, so I have created this file, and now when I try to run anon serve, first let's do --help to explore all the available options. So if you use anon serve start, it will start the system wide anonymous tunneling, okay, under tor proxy. If we use stop to stop the tool, restart to restart the tool, status to check the status, my IP to show your current IP, etc. Okay, so let's try them. Let's do anon serve start, hit enter. Okay, it says you are under anon serve tunnel, right? So as you know, our public IP address was this one. Okay, it says server not found. Let's do again. So google.co.in. Okay, so this time internet is not working. Why? So anon serve is not working in the older version of Kali. So I have upgraded my Kali to the latest version 2022. So this is how it looks. First I downloaded the latest version of Kali from its official website, and then I used the command apt get update and upgrade, right? So it took me nearly about 30 to 40 minutes in total, and here we have our new Kali. So you can see now we have Firefox as a browser, right? The rest of the features are same. It's just the looks that changed. So here we have our terminal. Okay, so I followed the same steps as we have done previously in the older version of Kali in order to download and install anon serve, right? Now here you can see we have 4 different workspaces. For example, if for any reason workspace 1, which is the current session, is busy in some process, then we can move towards the second workspace to perform other tasks. Then we have third and fourth. We can also increase or decrease the number of these workspaces, but for now focus on anon serve. So here we don't have access to the root. Okay, it's simply because of the security of Kali. So we can use sudo command here. Using sudo command, a normal user can also perform the task as an admin. Okay, only if it is allowed by the root user, right? So sudo anon surf, and then we have start. Hit enter. It says password for current user. So by default username and password is Kali Kali. Okay, hit enter and done. Okay, this time it worked. So let's just open Firefox. Here it is. Let's type what is my IP. Hit enter. Okay, so we have to pass this captcha process. It is so because Google is receiving a lot of traffic from this proxy server, right? So there are high chances that you will also face these kind of things whenever you use a proxy server, right? Okay, so see, this is our public IP address for now. Okay, as we know that this is not the original IP, right? So this way we can use anon surf in order to hide our identity from the websites we visit, right? Because the websites will get this IP address and they think that this is the original IP address which a person is using, right? But we know that this is a proxy. Okay, now we can also do anon surf stop in order to exit anon surf, right? Now if we visit website right now, then the website will record our original IP address. Okay, but what if you want to change your IP address? You don't want to use the IP address which anon surf assigned you. So we will use sudo anon surf. Okay, restart. Okay, it will only restart when it's actually working, right? So first we have to use start. Hit enter. Okay, and now we will use restart. This way we will get a new IP address, right? You can also check the status here. Okay, now let's see what are the other options available to be used here. So we have start, stop, restart, change, status, my IP. See, if you try here anon surf my IP, you will able to see the IP address which we are using right now. Okay, the IP address provided by anon surf. Okay, this is not our original IP, right? Okay, so let's stop anon surf. Okay, so we have to use sudo anon surf stop. Okay, now let's just repeat the command anon surf my IP. See, this is our original IP address for now. Okay, this is also a dynamic IP, right? So it changes at times. Okay, but for now this is our original IP address, and the earlier IP address which we saw is provided by our proxy server, right? So this is how we can use a proxy in order to protect our identity or to protect ourselves from websites to get tracked. In the previous video, we have talked about Shodan, which is also called as hacker's search engine, because it gives you a list of potentially vulnerable devices, right? Now, in this video, we will talk about Google hacking. No, I am not going to hack into Google, okay? But we will get the exact result which we want from Google, okay? Let's see an example. If I type Game of Thrones season 1. Okay, now this way you will not able to download the season 1 episodes, right? Or you have to pay for it. But what if I add index off? Now see the difference. Open the first link, let it open. See, simply click on the episode which you want to download and the downloading will start like this way. Okay, right? I hope you understand. Now let's go to google.com and search for Google hacking database. Open the first link, that is exploit-db. And here you can see the list of available vulnerabilities, right? For example, let's search for webcam. Okay, and open this link. Okay, now one person has found this vulnerability and reported it to the company, but still to verify, click on this available link. Okay, now open any one link, and this way you have access to some cameras. Okay, there is no camera. Let's open the second link. So yes, see, here is a list of all available cameras, okay, whether it is public or private. Now let's open the second link. Click here. Okay, open the first one. Yes, and now you are watching a live camera. See, okay, you can change it from here as well. Go to source 2. It's taking time because it's a live cam. Now there are some more things you can do on this website. For example, search for Excel. Okay, no matching records. Okay, Excel is not working, so I typed PDF. Okay, now we have some results, so let's open this one, right? Let it load. It says drive.google.com preview in text movie. That means it contains a link for movies containing in Google Drive. Okay, now it's not opening, I don't know why. Let's open once again. So here we have a link. Let's open it. So yes, you will get an access to different kind of movies directly available, either to watch online or for download. Okay, so let's open this one. See, okay, So this way we can hack Google, right? Actually we are not hacking, we are getting the exact result that we want from Google, right? So let's see some more examples. Like if I type in URL and I mentioned login.php, so we are getting direct access to the login page, right? See, all the URLs are mentioning login.php, 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 right? Now let's see one more example. Let's say site colon EU for Europe. Okay, so we are getting results only for .eu websites. See, right? So this way we can filter the search results of Google. Now if you want anything, okay, anything, just type index of, and then let's say I want books on ethical hacking. So ethical hacking PDF, okay. See, now you have access to some of the PDFs of ethical hacking from different websites. See, okay, there are lots of websites, okay. Simply click the one which you want to download and the downloading will start, right? So this way you can filter out the search result from Google and get exactly what you want from Google. Our next topic is VPN, Virtual Private Network. Now, many people gets confused and think that VPN and proxy are the same thing, right? This is so because both of them will work the same way, but that doesn't mean both are the same thing. See, when we use a proxy server, so we are a user, we first go to proxy server and then we go to the website, okay, which we want to visit, okay. But there is a problem here. Your connection, okay, the tunnel between you and the website is not secured, okay. We use proxy just to protect ourselves from websites because websites track you, right? That's why we use proxy. But the other agencies like your internet service provider or government agencies or a hacker can interfere in your connection and will know that what you are doing here, okay. So that's why we have a concept of VPN. Here in VPN the process is same, but it will use encryption in order to create a secure tunnel, an encrypted tunnel between user and the end website, okay. So VPN uses encryption and will encrypt your tunnel. It will create a personal virtual private tunnel for you, okay. And it is not an easy task to crack an encryption. So it will actually protecting you from government agencies, hackers and your ISP from tracking you, okay. So they were unable to track you if you are using an encrypted secure tunnel. And we all know that we cannot create a personal tunnel for each user physically. That's why its name is virtual private network. It virtually creates a secure encrypted tunnel, right? So this is the basic concept of a VPN. Now let's see how to set up a VPN. So we talked about Nmap in the previous video, and another great network tool is called as hping3, okay. So let me clear the screen first. So hping3 -h for help, okay. So hping3 is another great network tool used to discover live systems in a network, and see, it works same as ping, but it does with ICMP replies, and it also supports fragmentation, okay. So let's see how to use it. So type hping 3 hyphen 1, and then hyphen 1 is for ping, and then the IP address. So let's say we are targeting Windows 10. Okay, so yes, we are getting reply from our target system, and see it is a little bit different from ping. See, time to live is 128. Okay, ICMP replies, right? So let's stop this process by pressing Ctrl C. Okay, in Linux, whenever you want to stop any process, simply press Ctrl C. Okay, so this is the basic use of hping 3 to check whether our target system is live or not in our network. Now let's see how we can set up a VPN. Although there are many free and paid VPNs available over the internet, but the one which we are using is completely free, and I personally consider that. So first of all, let's open Firefox. Okay, now just open a URL which is vpnbook.com/freevpn. Because vpnbook.com has more than one VPN, both free and paid. Okay, but we want the one which is free of cost. Here you can see free open VPN, which is also recommended. Okay, so we are going to use open source VPN. Now here you can see many links. You can download any one of these. Okay, and one more thing, here at below you will able to see username and password. Okay, so you have to check this password and username again and again, because password changes at times, right? So first let's download any one of these. Let's say this one. Okay, just save the file. Okay, let's just close it. Now let's open the downloads folder. Here you will able to see a zip file. So first of all, select it, then right click and click on extract here. Okay, so here we have got the folder. Now you will able to see 4 different files here. Okay, the first 2 are TCP and the third and fourth is UDP. So TCP and UDP are two different protocols. We use UDP when we try to broadcast any packet. Okay, but for now we will going to use TCP, because TCP is a transfer protocol which is actually a connection oriented protocol, right? So it will create a secure connection. Okay, the first step is to create a secure connection from source to destination. So TCP will do it for us. Okay, and then TCP will transfer the data into packets and will also confirm that the package will be delivered safely or not, right? So here you will see TCP 80 and 443. See, you all know that whenever we access a website, it uses a protocol, HTTP protocol, right? So when the website says HTTP, it uses port number 80. Okay, because port number 443 is reserved for HTTPS. S stands for secure. Okay, that doesn't mean the website is secured. It means the data which is transferring is encrypted, right? So we will going to use this file which says TCP 443. Okay, so let's see how to do that. Let's just open terminal here in downloads folder. Simply right click anywhere on this folder and click on open terminal here. Now here you can see we are already inside this folder. Otherwise we have to use command cd/home/kali/download etc. right? So how to run this file? See, we have to use a command open VPN followed by the name of the file. Okay, so let's just copy the name of this file. Okay, and just paste it here. Okay, let's just remove this. Actually, we have to paste whatever is on the clipboard. See, instead of copy and paste, you can also try slowly typing the name of the file and then use the tab button. Okay, the tab key, right? It will auto complete the file name, right? Simply hit enter, and now it asks you to provide the username. Okay, so the username is on the website. Okay, so we have to open the website again. Here it is. So VPN book is the username. So let's type VPN book, hit enter, and now let's just type the password. So it would be 9NTAS3C. Hit enter. Okay, now it's actually searching for the server to get connected. Okay, so it says operation not permitted. Okay, let's try this with sudo open VPN followed by the file name. The file name is VPN book TCP 443. Username is VPN book. Hit enter. Authentication password, press tab for no echo. Now 9NTAS3C. Okay, now it says initialization sequence completed. See, now never close this window. Okay, as soon as you close this window, your connection will be disconnected, will be break, okay, from the VPN server. So now you are using a VPN. Okay, now you may visit any website you want using a secure VPN connection, right? But just remember not to close this window until your task gets completed. Okay, so only close it when you want to exit from the VPN, right? So the connection is lost now. So this is how you can use a very simple but free open VPN on Kali. So you have learned about proxy and VPN and the difference between the two. Now let's talk about Tor. So you have already used Tor when we have performed the practical for AnonSurf, because AnonSurf first uses Tor, then it will move towards the IP tables, right? So let's see what is Tor. Tor is a free and open source software for enabling anonymous communications, right? The actual name of Tor is the Onion Router. Okay, so Tor is the short form of the Onion Router. Okay, now why onion? Why this word is used for this Tor? See, we all know onions have so many layers, one inside another, right? So this is how Tor works. Tor will connect you to minimum of 3 different proxy servers, okay, or maybe more. Sometimes we can change the settings of Tor. So Tor uses 3 or more different proxy servers in order to protect your identity. So it's very hard for a hacker or anyone who try to trace the real user, okay, who is using Tor. So it is very difficult. I'm not saying that it's impossible, but it is very difficult, right? So this is how Tor help us. Now Tor was developed by US Naval Laboratory in order to provide secure intelligence online communication. Okay, so this was the purpose of developing the Tor. Okay, and it was developed in 1990. Later, in 13 August 2004, it will be released publicly. Okay, it was made available for the use of general public as well. Okay, so the main aim of Tor is to create online secure communication to protect your identity by assigning you 3 or more different IPs one after another, right? So suppose when you start the Tor, it will first go to its server first. Okay, server 1 is just an example, it is not the real name. It take one IP from server 1, then it will go to server 2, takes another IP, then it will go to the server 3, takes one more IP, and then it will go towards the destination which you have provided, right? So this is how Tor works. So when someone tries to trace you back or this website wants to know, it will only reach up to server 3. Okay, or if a hacker wants to trace you, then he will try to reach to server 2 and then to server 1 and then to the original person. But at that time it is very much possible that you have disconnected Tor, right? So now it's not possible for a hacker to trace you, right? So this is not an easy task to trace a user who is using Tor, right? Now I hope you all know about that we have 3 types of internet. Okay, the first one is called the surface web. Okay, surface web is the one which we use in our day-to-day life, like we use Google, Bing, Yahoo, we search for any website, we get the results, and that's it, right? So this one is called the surface web. Okay, the another is deep web. Now what is deep web? Suppose you have created a website, okay, which contains so many URLs, let's say 10 URLs, okay, and out of 10 you want some of the URL to be hidden from the public. Okay, you want to keep them hidden and you want only you can access it, okay, because you know the URLs, right? So you hide some URLs from the internet, search engines, crawlers, etc. Okay, so they will find at the deep web. Okay, those kind of URLs will be available at deep web. Now comes the dark web. Okay, so what is dark web? See, first, dark web is not easily accessible. Okay, you cannot access any kind of website available on dark web using your normal web browsers or search engines like Google, Yahoo, Bing, etc. Okay, so how to access it? Well, we use Tor for this purpose. Okay, Tor help you to get inside dark web because the websites there will contain the extension .onion. As you know, on the surface web we have .com, .edu, .org, etc. Okay, like that in dark web we have .onion. Okay, that's why it is very easy that we can access these kind of websites using Tor. But remember one thing, it is totally illegal to access the dark web because all the illegal works including smuggling, including hiring a hitman, etc., purchasing guns or any kind of weapon which is not allowed by the government were easily available on dark web. Even you can hire some experts hacker, real black hat hackers over there. right? But it is also not good for us to access these kind of websites, because who knows that when you click on any bad link, you will actually giving your remote access, your system's complete control to the unknown person, like any black hat hacker, right? So it is not good for us to visit dark web, and also it is illegal to do that, right? Now before we proceed to the practical, first let's understand how to make a website live on the internet. So we have two important things. The first is domain and the next is server. Okay, so what is domain? See, domain is actually a name, a unique name for your website, like abc.com or xyz.org. Okay, and this name would be unique. It will be only one in the world. Although you can take the same name but with different domain or extension, like abc.in, right? abc.online, etc., right? But abc.com will be unique. Okay, so this is the domain name, right? Now what is server? See, once you buy the domain name, you have to buy some storage where you want to store the files related to this website, because purchasing the domain will not provide you with the storage. Okay, you cannot get storage free. So we have many servers, okay, web servers, we call them as hosting. So hosting server, we have to buy some space, although there are so many free servers there, but we cannot use them. Okay, because the paid servers will give you better services, faster response rate, security, etc. So here you can store your files. Okay, and each hosting server has its own IP address. Okay, for example, like 198 dot something, okay, something like this. Okay, so first you have to buy the domain, then you have to buy the space where you can store your files. Okay, and at last you have to connect them. Okay, you have to connect this IP address with your domain name, right? Because when someone tries to access abc.com, there is a server called DNS server will actually look for this IP. Okay, and will show you the data whatever is stored under this IP. Okay, because this is the IP of the server. So how you can connect this? There are two ways. We can go to the DNS settings inside domain dashboard, and there you will find A type records, where you can simply post this IP in that file. Okay, in A records. Okay, and the other way is to use name servers, that is NS. They will be like ns1 dot something .com and dot. See, the last dot is the default one. Okay, so it will actually give us the two name servers, ns1 and ns2. Okay, and then again something.com. So these are the two ways. Either you can use the IP address or the name server, right? Once you connect it and someone tries to access abc.com, see, it is not an easy task to remember the IP address, right? We cannot remember this IP address. It's easy for us humans to remember the names of the websites. That's why domain is important. But remember one thing, domain is always fixed. Okay, but you can change the hosting server whenever you want. Okay, anytime you want, as per your needs, you can change the hosting server, right? So you always access facebook.com, google.com, but how many of you will remember the IP address of them? Like instead of typing google.com, you use their IP address to access that. Okay, not possible, right? That's why domain is important. Okay, and then we have DNS server. The main work of a DNS server is to convert the name you have typed in the URL bar, okay, and then convert it into IP address just to see which IP is associated with this domain, right? And then it will show you the data what is stored on that server. Okay, so this is the work of DNS server. Now this process is used to make a website live on the surface web. I am not talking about dark web. Okay, this is the process of surface web. Now let's talk about the process of dark web. Okay, so in dark web, suppose you have created a website on the surface web and you have some illegal files over there on your hosting server. Okay, so you cannot make your website live, because if you do that, the government will check it for it, government agencies, okay, and the other private companies will look after your website, and then they will add your website in their blacklist, right? So you cannot make your website live if they are containing some of the illegal files. In that case, we have dark web. So in dark web, we can create a website, okay, and instead of purchasing hosting server, we can create our own system, okay, and then convert it into a web server using some softwares like XAMPP, WAMP, etc. Okay, using some softwares we can convert our local machine into a server, and we can host any file we want because we are the owner of this system, right? So we can host illegal files on our system. Okay, and here comes the role of Tor. What Tor will do? Tor will ask you to create a website, convert your system into the server, okay, and then connect it to the internet. Then Tor will take your website and IP address and will assign you some random name for your website. Okay, Tor will assign you like abc.onion, okay, any random name Tor will assign you, and then using that name anyone can visit your website, okay, access your server, right? Tor will do it for you. Now this website is not accessible using Google, Yahoo, Bing, etc. You cannot use normal web browser like Chrome, etc. or Firefox in order to access these websites. That's why people use Tor. So this is the basic of how you can make a website live on the Tor. But remember one thing, this work is totally illegal. So never think of doing this kind of work. Okay, so let's see the working of Tor. How Tor actually works. So here is user PC. So when we try to connect to any website without Tor, let's say you want to open google.com, okay, so you simply type google.com and then you will reach your destination, which is Google, and directly get response from there, okay. But when we use Tor and a user requests something, let's say google.com, the request will first go to the entry relay, okay. It's actually a server which assign you a IP, okay, like a proxy. So your request will first go to entry relay. Entry relay will apply a protection, okay, apply a lock on your request to make it private, right? And then it will transfer this request to middle relay, okay. So entry relay will only know that I have to forward a request to the middle relay, okay, and nothing else. And middle relay will only know that it will get request from entry relay and it has to pass this request to the exit relay, okay. But middle relay doesn't know that what kind of website or what kind of data entry relay is demanding. Okay, so once request so middle relay will also apply a lock over that request, okay, which is a protection layer. When request reaches to exit relay, it will only know that it has received request from this server, okay, and doesn't know about this server and the original user, right? So exit relay will now transfer the request to the required website, right? And the same way the website respond to exit relay, then exit relay will transfer the data to middle and then to entry, and then at last user is able to see the response, right? So this is the normal working of a Tor, right? So by default it will apply 3 relays in between, namely entry, middle and exit. Okay, remember one thing, when exit relay received the request, it will decrypt that request, okay, it will remove protection so that it will know where to forward that request, okay. So this connection is not secured, okay, we will see them in the coming lectures, but for now you must know that the connection from here to up to this one is secured, totally secured, right? But here it will decrypt or remove the protection in order to reach the destination. So Google will know about exit relay, that Google is receiving request from this server, but Google doesn't know about this and the real user. So this is how Tor works, okay. Now let's talk about proxy chains. Now let's talk about proxy chains. Okay, so proxy chain is a tool, comes by default with Kali. Okay, so it's a pre-built tool in Kali Linux. So what is this? See, it is a tool that forces any TCP connection made by any application to follow through proxy like Tor or HTTP or HTTPS that we have talked about in VPN. Okay, so similar to that. So as the name says, proxy chains, creating a chains of proxy servers, right? So now it's upon you that how many servers you want to use between you and your destination, right? So before we move towards the practical of Tor and proxy chains, you first know whether you have Tor enabled in your Kali or not, okay? And for any reason, if you don't have Tor, you may use apt-get install Tor, okay? You have to run this command in Kali. Again, if you haven't found proxy chains in Kali, in that case you have to install it too. So install and then proxy chains. Okay, so you have to run these two commands if you don't have previously. Okay, by default you will get both of these in Kali, but if for any reason you are unable to find it, then please install Tor and proxy chains. Now let's see the practical of Tor and proxy chains. So we will see how we can use Tor and proxy chains in Kali. Okay, so first of all we have to start the Tor service. Okay, so service Tor start is the command for this. Okay, so we have to wait. Okay, we have to assign the password. Okay, so the Tor service is now started. Now the next step is to locate the proxychains.configuration file. So we will use locate command and then the name of the file, which is proxychains.conf. This is the configuration file for proxy chains. Okay, Okay, we have to use sudo locate proxychains.conf. We have to assign the password. We are unable to do that. Let's find out why. Service store status. Okay, it's running. See, the default path for proxychains.conf is /etc/proxychains.conf. Okay, so let's edit that file. First, we have to use /etc proxychains. Okay, the name of the file is proxychains4.conf. That's why we are unable to locate it, right? So we will going to use proxychains4.conf. Maybe in your virtual machine it comes with the default name proxychains.conf. Okay, but as I am using version 4, that's why the name changes to proxychains4.conf, right? So that was the mistake of the name of the file and not the command. Okay, so locate command is very useful. Okay, so we have to edit this. Okay, so here you can see two different options. The one is dynamic chain and the other is strict chain. By default strict chain is enabled, right? But we want to use the dynamic one. Why so? Because strict chain means whenever I assign any task to my browser, it will by default go with the strict chain. Strict chain is, it means the proxies are already decided and finalized and no one can change them. So suppose we are using three different proxies which are fixed. Strict means static, which means fixed. So three proxies are fixed. But for any reason, if one of the proxies is unable to respond or dead or a server is down for any reason, then our request will be denied. Okay, but in dynamic chain, if for any reason any proxy is dead, they will be skipped to the next one. As you can read here, each connection will be done via a change proxies. All proxies changed in the order as they appear in the list. At least one proxy must be online to play in chain, and dead proxies are skipped, right? So we are actually going to use the dynamic chain, right? So in order to activate this, simply remove the hash. Okay, and we have to stop this one. We don't want to use a static chain or strict chain. Now just come to the last of this. Just simply come to the last line of this file, and here you have to add a simple line, that is SOX5. Okay, and then the same IP address 9050. Now don't think about SOX 4 and 5. These are just the servers. Okay, these are just the proxies, list of proxy. Okay, simply save the file and exit. Okay, it says we don't have permission to edit this file. Okay, I understand it. Simply we have to use sudo here because we need root power in order to perform this. Okay, so again, see, I am using Vim, which is a text editor. Okay, a file editor, but you may use any other like gedit or maybe leafpad. Leafpad is very easy to use, right? You can simply edit a file just like your notepad. Okay, again let's go at the bottom of this page and we have to add SOX5. So SOX5, then 127.0.0.1 and then the port number. See, it worked, right? So by default, this was the latest version of Kali where you are unable to get root access directly. Okay, so that's the reason we have to use sudo whenever we want to use the root power. Okay, now let's use proxy chains. See, it's very simple process. Just type sudo and then proxy chains and followed by the name of the browser you want to use proxy chains with. Okay, so proxy chains Firefox would be the command. Okay, let's try without sudo. So proxy chains Firefox. See? Okay, now the very first thing is, what is my IP? Okay, because you are going to see a random IP address provided by Tor. Okay, so it's not working. Let's find out why. Okay, website is opening. See, ip8.com is a good website when you want to find out details about the IP address. Okay, so it will give us a complete detail about our IP address and the last server known to this website. Okay, see, it says this is your public IP and we know that this is not our original IP, right? And it says this is the internet service provider and host name is Tor. See, this is the exit node of Tor, right? As you know, we have three relays in between: entry point, middle relay and exit relay. So this IP is of the exit node of Tor, right? So Tor provided us this service, right? Now you have other options as well. If we close this, the proxy chains process will automatically get closed, right? And here you can see a detailed list of services which we are unable to see due to graphics, right? So these are the backend processes which is actually working. You will able to see the IP addresses we are using and the request, where it's going and then forwarding, etc., right? So here is a complete backend details. Okay, or if you want to change your IP, so you have to use service tor restart. Okay, again we have to use sudo power. Okay, so the service has restarted. Now if you go again to your browser and check your IP, this time you will get a new IP, right? So this is how you can use Tor and proxy chains in Kali. So you have learned how to change the IP address. Now let's see how we can change our MAC address. Now you might be thinking that changing IP address will help protect our identity, but that's not true. It cannot protect your identity over the internet completely, because if you failed to change your MAC address, then some websites will record your original MAC address and will keep it. So whenever you try to access that same website with your original IP, the website will know. Okay, so it is very important to change MAC address. Now what is MAC address? MAC stands for Media Access Control Address. It is actually a physical address of any device, okay, like your PC. Okay, so the reality is you cannot change your physical address, right? Okay, this address will be permanent and it will be same all of its time. Okay, but you can change it for some time, okay, for temporary, okay, not permanent. So how to do that? So the process of changing your MAC address temporarily is also known as MAC spoofing. It means fooling your network to be pretend to someone else. Okay, this process is temporary and not permanent. Remember that. So whenever you change your IP address, don't forget to change your MAC address as well. Okay, so let's see how to do this. First of all, let's switch to Kali. Let's check our physical address, that is MAC address, and here you can see it is of 6 octet. Okay, so this one is the original physical address, and now we have to change this. So again we will going to use the same command, ifconfig followed by eth0, okay, that is ethernet 0, our connection name, and then we have to put down our network first, because your ISP will know two important things. The first one is your IP address and the second is your MAC address. Okay, they will already have your MAC address, right? So first of all we have to put down our connection. This is the very first step. Hit enter. Okay, so we have to use sudo ifconfig ethernet 0 down. Okay, done. So we have disconnected our internet system from this system. Okay, see it says disconnected, the network connection has been disconnected. So just click on don't show this message again, because we know this. Now the next command would be ifconfig eth0 HW. HW stands for hardware, and then ether means your MAC, and now you will assign anything you want. For example, AB colon BC colon CD colon DE, and then FF, and at last. Okay, just remember one thing, the total of this would be 6 octet. Okay, now again we have to use sudo here, so hit enter. Cannot assign requested address. Okay, so let's change it to something else like this. Done. Okay, so it has accepted this as a MAC address. Okay, let's verify this. So ifconfig. Okay, one more thing, we have put our connection down, so we have to again use up. Okay, so now we will get connected to the internet again. We have to use sudo here, and now let's check it whether it's working or not. See, it worked. Okay, so this would be our new MAC address. Now this is not permanent. As soon as you restart this, your system will automatically get the original MAC address again. Okay, so this process is not permanent. Now there are other ways of doing this as well, like we can use MAC changer for this. So let's see that. Now let's see the other way of changing the MAC. So we will use MAC changer for this. Okay, so MAC changer is a inbuilt tool in Kali. Okay, so it comes pre-built with Kali. Now let's see how to use this. So MAC changer --help. Okay, so if we use MAC changer -v, it will print the version, right? If we use -s, it will show us the MAC address. Okay, S stands for show. There are a lot of options, so let's use some of them. So MAC changer -v, okay, and then eth0. Okay, so here is the version. So let's try -s. So MAC changer -s eth0. See, we have to assign ethernet 0 here, otherwise it will fail to detect. So hit enter, and you can see that this is our current MAC address. Okay, and also this is our permanent MAC address, which means we are not using any kind of software to change our MAC address, Right now we are using the original one. So let's see some other options. So we have tried -v -s. Now let's try -a for another. It will set random vendor MAC of the same kind. Okay, let's see this. So MAC changer -a ETH0 could not change MAC. Okay, so we have to use sudo ifconfig ETH0 down password for this. Okay, now sudo MAC changer -a ETH0, hit enter. Okay, now you can see this is our current MAC address, this is our permanent, and this one is the new MAC address assigned by MAC changer. Okay, and this is the vendor name, right? Now let's check. See, this could be our current MAC address, okay, which is the temporary, and this one is the permanent MAC, right? So this is how you can change a MAC address using MAC changer. Let's see what else can we do. So we can also use -r for random, which will set fully random MAC. So let's do that. So -r, sudo MAC changer -r ETH0. Okay, so you can see current MAC, okay, which is this one. Then there is permanent MAC, and here is the new MAC. So we have got a random MAC here. Okay, that's why vendor is unknown. Now if we use -p, it means reset to original, use permanent hardware MAC address. Okay, it means use the original one, right? So sudo MAC changer -p ETH0, hit enter. We have got our original MAC. Now let's check it. So ifconfig. Okay, so we have to up the connection. So again sudo ifconfig ETH0 up. Let's find out. Okay, so we have got our original physical address back, right? Now here in the MAC changer we have one more option called -m. -m stands for manual mode. It means you are using MAC changer, but you want to assign MAC address of your choice. You don't want to use whatever address given by MAC changer. Okay, in that case you can use -m. So it would be like this: MAC changer -m for manual, and then yours MAC address like we have provided earlier, okay, like this, and then ETH0, right? So you can change MAC both manually and using a tool called MAC changer. Okay, so you have learned about anonymity. Now let's talk about our next topic, which is footprinting. Okay, so what is footprinting? It means collection of information, okay, exactly, as much as possible. Okay, so collection of information as much as possible about the target is called footprinting. Because until and unless you have the information about the target, how gonna you be decide that which kind of attack I have to perform? For example, we can collect information about a host, okay, or a server, like what kind of operating system that server is using, what kind of networking that server has using, okay, its registrar and its services, ports, etc. Okay, so our first tool is Dimitri. It means deep magic information gathering tool. It is actually inbuilt with Kali. So we are going to use Dimitri to collect the information about the host. Okay, so this tool was developed in C language. Okay, so let's see how to use this. First of all, we have to type Dimitri followed by the option which we want to use. So we will first try --help. So let's move towards our Kali. Let me open the terminal. Okay, let's try Dimitri. Okay, --help. Okay, so here are a lot of options to be used with this tool. So if we use -o, it means whatever output we get using this tool, whatever information we collect using this tool will be saved in a file on our system. Okay, because if we don't use this option, then you will able to see information on the terminal, but once you close it, the information will be lost permanently, right? That's the reason we have to store the collected information inside a file, right? Then we have some more options here. Okay, like -f, -p, -e, -s. -s is for to search possible subdomains of our target. For example, if we target a website, okay, then if we use -s, it will perform a subdomain search. How many subdomains are available with that website? So let's suppose you want to try this tool. Remember one thing, never use this tool to attack on any website which you are not aware of, okay, or any big website, because they have their security team which are monitoring all kind of attacks. So if you perform an attack on any website that has a capable or team of security personnel, then there are chances that they can trace you back. It doesn't matter if you are using a proxy or not. Okay, so never try these kind of attacks on any genuine website. Okay, because we have separate websites for these kind of attacks or practicals, right? So let me show you one of them. So let's say Firefox. Okay, see, if you use capital words here, they are not going to work. So because this is a case sensitive, right? So we have to use Firefox without sudo. Okay, now we will use a website called vulnweb.com. This website is intentionally created just for the purpose of penetration testing. Here you will able to see that what kind of technologies you want to test. Okay, and depending upon the technologies, we have different URL for them. Okay, so vulnweb.com is a main website, is a domain, and test.html5.com is the subdomain of that. So let's try this one, test PHP. Okay, now you can read warning here. This is not a real shop. This is an example PHP application which is intentionally vulnerable to web attacks, right? This has made so that students can learn by performing different attacks on this website, right? So this is a live website created by Acunetics. They also have their own tools with the same name, but that tool is a paid one. So let's try this Dimitri attack on this website. So let me close this first. Now Dimitri, name of the website, which is testphp.vulnweb.com. Okay, if I hit enter, I will only able to see the response here on the terminal only. But if I want to save it inside a file, I will use -o option and then the file name. Let's say sample.txt, right? Okay, so now this tool is trying to collect information, but it says this was the host IP. So this is the IP address of the host containing this website, right? Then it says it is trying to get some more information. It says gathered subdomain information. Okay, so let me close this and let's try to use option -s for subdomain. Okay, so it will going to take some time, so let's try this one. Dimitri, then again test php.vulnweb.com, and let's wait till the process gets completed. So I have to pause the video for a while. It's taking a lot of time, so let me kill the process and let's try the same tool on, let's say, google.com. Hit enter. So here you can see the host IP of google.com. Okay, now it says searching for subdomains. So here are the maps.google.com and the other subdomains like adsetting.google.com, apps.google.com, and their respective IP addresses of the host, right? Because we know that Google will use a lot of servers, right? So let's analyze the results. We have got a lot of information here. So let's start with domain name, which is google.com. We know that. Okay, then there is registrar domain ID. Okay, and registrar who is server, and you can see that it was updated on creation date is this. Okay, along with the time. Okay, registry expiry date would be this, and the registrar is Mark Monitor Incorporation, right? And you can see their name servers as well, ns1.google.com, ns2, etc. Then let's scroll down a little bit to see some more information. Okay, so here you can see the subdomain list of subdomains google.com is using. So maps.google.com and their host IP, right? Scholar.google.com, then again the different ID here, passwords.google.com again. So there are a lot of subdomains which you are able to see. So this is how you can gather information about the host using Dimitri, right? Now you can also see some of the email information. It says gathered email information for google.com. You can see some of the IDs here, abc@google.com, postmaster, okay, himanshu@google.com, right, etc. It says found 9 emails for host google.com, right? Okay, it's also searching some more information like TCP port information for this host, right? So the process is not yet completed. Dimitri will also share or find out some more information for you. Okay, so there are emails, subdomains, TCP port information, name server information, host IPs, registrar, etc. So you have a lot of details. You can easily get them using Dimitri tool, right? Our topic for this video is DNS enumeration. DNS stands for domain name system, or some people call it as domain name server. Okay, so what you will get inside the DNS settings. Okay, what kind of information we get from here. So first we will get the host address in a record. Okay, A stands for IP address version 4. It could be a format for this kind of record. Okay, then we get the name server details. Okay, so I already told you about A records and name servers in one of the previous videos. Okay, so name server would be like ns1.xyz.com. Okay, this kind of thing. Then we will get MX MX stands for mail exchange server. So we will get the details here. Okay, now mail exchange is like let's say info@fb.com, right? So this kind of emails, which means different emails but of the same company. Okay, so and also what kind of mail servers or services they are using for their company. We will find all these kind of informations under mail exchange. Okay, then we have AXFR. Okay, now it means asynchronous full transfer zone. Okay, so what's the use of this? See, suppose you have purchased a domain xyz.com, okay, but you don't know how to connect this domain to your hosting provider, right? You don't know the process. In that case, you have two options. Okay, the first one is give full access to the person, okay, so that they can help you out in this process of connecting your domain with the hosting provider. And the other way is to use their name servers in your domain's DNS settings. Okay, like this. Just get this information from your hosting provider and put it inside DNS settings under name servers. Okay, and then once you complete this process, now your hosting provider have an option to perform the work on your behalf. So it will be like you are hiring a manager, but you will remain the original owner of your domain. But in first option, you will not will be the only owner. Okay, you are actually giving full access to some other person. So this is the basic difference. So AXFR would help you with this, right? So in order to get DNS information about your target, we will going to use a command dnsenum. Okay, so dnsenum, then the name of the website like something.com. Okay, so we are targeting this website by using this command in order to get DNS information about our target. So let's see how to do this. Here in Kali, you will see that we have used Dimitri tool against google.com. Okay, so we have got some results like the domain names with their associated IP addresses. Then we have email information for google.com, right? And at last we have port numbers. So it says port number 80 is open in google.com, right? And in total it has scanned 150 ports, right? And the scan is completed now. So port number 80 is used to send and receive unencrypted web pages, right? Because it is used by HTTP protocol, that is hypertext transfer protocol, whose main job is to send and receive unencrypted web pages, right? Because if we are using any kind of encryption like SSL, then it could be HTTPS instead of HTTP, right? So here in google.com only one port is open. Now the number of ports open depends on your target, what kind of target you are choosing, right? So I am using google.com here. You may try on any website you want, right? So let's see how to use dnsenum command. Now let's try dnsenum on google.com. So dnsenum google.com. Okay, so here you can see the information about name servers, that is ns1.google.com, then ns3, ns2, ns4. Now what are these? What are name servers? See, it's like Google is using a lot of servers, right, to handle its load. So suppose on this server it's getting a lot of traffic, okay, and this server was unable to handle that. So in that case it will transfer some request onto another server, okay, for load balancing, like that. Okay, so we have the IP addresses here. You can see A records, okay, so the format would be in IP address version 4, right? Here you can see the information about mail servers. See, so these are the details of the mail servers along with the IP address for that server. Okay, and here you can also see that DNSNM is not only providing us the information, it's also performing the brute force attack on google.com. Okay, with this file dns.txt, and the path for this file is /user/share. See, this is the default path for this file. Okay, so what is brute force attack? See, brute force is like, let me show you. Suppose a file containing different characters or numbers. Okay, let's say 1 and 2. Now if we perform brute force attack using this file containing only two numbers, so the attack would be either 1 or 2, or a combination of 1 2 or 2 1, like this. So brute force is like creating different possible combinations by using the characters mentioned in that file. Okay, so it's like trial and error method. It will create a combination of passwords using that file, and then it will check whether it's working or not on our target. Okay, and if the attack works, it will give us the password. So that like, so by default DNSNM has a file dns.txt. Okay, so it's using that file in order to perform the DNS attack on AXFR zone. Okay, so this attack is basically performed on AXFR. Again you can see the A records for this domain, right? So admin.google.com. Okay, and still it will perform some other attacks as well. Okay, so it's a very useful tool, DNSNM. Okay, which comes pre-built with Kali, and it's very easy to use. Just type DNSNM followed by the target name. Okay, you can target any website you want. Now let's try to perform brute force attack using a word list. Word list means password dictionary. So let's log in first. Here you can see it says performing reverse lookup. So let me cancel this. Okay, so we have a command called DNS map. Okay, so it's very simple. Use DNS map followed by the target name, let's say google.com. Okay, and hit enter. Okay, it says DNS map not found. So let's install it first. Okay, so we have to assign the sudo password with, so it is Kali. Okay, so let it install first. It's very quick process. So now let's try DNS map on google.com. Hit enter. Okay, and you can see here that it's actually trying this attack on subdomains of google.com, right? So we are getting the name along with the IP version 4 address, and again IP version 6 address. So we are getting both the class of addresses, that is IP version 4 and IP version 6, right? Now password dictionary is a file which has inbuilt names, like it contains the passwords like abc 123 xyz etc, any password, right? And it will try to perform that attack using those passwords containing in the file on the target. So in our case we are performing this attack on the subdomain names, right? We are not performing password attack here, but it's performing brute force attack on subdomains for google.com, right? Now DNS map has its own default word list, right? But you can create your own, or you can download any word list from the internet, right? And if you want to use that file, you have to use DNS map google.com then -w W stands for word list, and then the path of the file. Okay, the full path where you have stored that file, you have to assign that here. Okay, this way you can also use your own file or any custom word list by using -w option. But if you don't have any, just type DNS map and your target name and hit enter. That's all. Now our topic is trace domain name server. Okay, so we will use a command DNS tracer. Okay, so we have DNS tracer followed by the name of the target. Now what's the use of this? See, it helps us determine from where the domain name server is getting information from host name, okay, or chain of DNS servers. Okay, now what is meant by chain? It means how much servers your target is using in between, right? So we will get these kind of informations using DNS tracer. So DNS tracer space google.com. Okay, again it says DNS tracer is not found. Do you want to install it? Yes, we want to install it. See, some tools you will not get with Kali, okay, but it will install it for you. See, it's a very quick process, right? So let's try this again. Now this time we don't have to type the whole command. Just use the right arrow key and it will understand that. Okay, it will repeat the last command. So hit enter and we have got the answer. It says tracing to google.com, maximum of 3 retries. This is the IP address. Okay, got answer. So we haven't got that much of information here. So let's try DNS tracer on some other website like vulnweb.com and let's see what kind of information we get. Okay, here it says it got some information. So it's using the ns2.eurodns.com first, okay, and then the next is this, then this, and then this. So it's like a chain, okay, of how the request is going and getting the answers from domain name server, right? Our topic is network mapping with Nmap. Okay, so Nmap is the best network mapper out there in the market. Now why Nmap? See, Nmap is free and open source and it is available for both Linux and Windows. In Linux you will get it as a pre-built with Kali, but in Windows you have to download the setup from the internet and then you can install it and use it, right? But it is absolutely free and open source software. So Nmap is a network mapper which helps us to detect live host and services in a computer network by sending some random packets and analyzing the response received, right? And Nmap is among one of the top 5 hacking tools, right? So it is not an ordinary tool. So let's see how we can use Nmap. So in Kali simply type Nmap or let me type sudo, but before that we have to check the IP address of our Kali Linux which says 10.0.2.9. Let me show you one more operating system which is the older version of Kali. Okay, so it's a separate virtual machine. Now let's check its IP as well. Okay, so we have got it. Now you have to check the gateway. For this we use route-n command and here it is. So gateway is 10.0.2.1. Now let's use nmap space 10.0.2.1/8. See, here we are providing a range of IP address. Okay, it's not a single IP, it is actually the range of IP address which we want Nmap to scan, right? And as you know, this is class A IP address, that's why we are using /8 here. Okay, if it was class B we will use 16, and if it was class C like 192 dot something dot something dot something, right? If this was the IP address which is the C class IP address, we will use /24 at the end. Okay, so we are assigning a range of IP address, not a single IP, to nmap to scan. Simply we have to use sudo power here, and now hit enter, assign the password, and it says starting nmap, right? Now it will going to take some time, and it will help us to find out the how many hosts are live in our network, what kind of ports and services running on it, what kind of operating system our target is running, right, etc. So all this information we can find out by using nmap. Now it will going to take some time, and till that let's come back to older version of Kali and let's see whether nmap is working here or not. So this time let's just do ping and scan, normal ping and scan over the same network. Okay, and let's see what kind of result we get. Okay, it's just the normal scan. We are asking nmap to just scan and ping this network, this computer network. Okay, okay, so let's wait for the result. Okay, here you can see the results of a quick scan and ping. Here you can see that this is the default gateway as we are using the NAT network, and here is the NIC, that is network interface card. So this is the name of this. Again, when we use NAT, this is the default gateway for that, okay, for that network, and you can see the same thing. And here you know that we have only two systems live right now. The one is 10.0.2.9, which is a newer version of Kali, and this one is this system which we are working on, right? And you can also see their MAC addresses. Okay, so this is the MAC address for this system, right? And this is the MAC address for our current system, okay, where we are working right now. And you can see the name of the company which has assigned the MAC address, okay, which has created this MAC address, which is right. So here we got the quick results. Now let's move to the nmap complete scan. Okay, so still it's not completed, so let's wait for this. Okay, so here we have got some results, so let me first stop this. Okay, now here you can see some of the details like nmap port scan for 10.0.2.1, right? It says port 53 is in use, which is a TCP port. Okay, service type domain, this is the MAC address, this is the name. Again we have another default gateway. Okay, see, we have two network options in VirtualBox. Okay, there are many, but let's focus on just two. The one is NAT, and the other is NAT network. Right now I am using NAT network, okay, which is using 10.0.2.1 as a default gateway. But when we switch to NAT, my gateway would be this. Okay, that's why you are able to see the same things in both of these, right? Okay, but as you can see, it says it has doesn't found any port open here because we are not using NAT, we are using NAT network. That's why port 53 is open on 10.0.2.1, which is our gateway, right? Now again, here we have find 10.0.2.15, which is the older version of Kali, and you can see that host is up. Okay, it has scanned the 1000 ports, but they are in ignored states. Okay, and this is the MAC address of Kali Linux, and this is the name of the network interface card, which says Oracle VirtualBox virtual network interface card. Okay, so we have got some information I have stopped the process because it will going to take a lot of time, but it will also give you some more information, right? But for now, let's see what else can we do by using Nmap. Okay, so let's see what else can we do with Nmap. So this time we have two virtual machines running. The first is Kali Linux and the other is Windows 7. So first let's check the IP address of Windows 7. So ipconfig. Okay, so 10.0.2.8, and let's check whether we are able to ping it to Kali. Okay, it's 9. Okay, we are getting reply. So this time we are going to use nmap -ss space -a and then 10.0.2.8. Okay, so -ss is for service, that is to scan services and ports, and -a is used to find out the operating system on your target machine, right? So to know the open ports and services and their operating system, we will use -ss along with -a. So let me give the password. Now it's scanning for these informations whatever we have asked from nmap, and let's find out whether it will give us the correct information or not. So we have to wait as it is scanning that target system. Okay, it will actually try to get authentication as a guest user into our Windows 7, right? And then it will check for the operating system version, because sometimes it happens that nmap will get multiple signals from the target operating system, so it will get confused and was unable to find out what kind of operating system your target is using, right? So let's see whether it will able to detect in our case or not. Okay, so we have got the results here. As you can see, it has completed the scan, and here are the results. So nmap scan report for 10.0.2.8, it says host is up, and here are the port number. Okay, so these are the port numbers, state, that is port is open or closed, and if open, then what kind of service that system is using through this port. Okay, and this is the version of the service, right? So see how many details you have got from a single scan, right? So this much of information is here. Now here you can see it says running Microsoft Windows 7 2008 version. Okay, and we have got some more information, like it says host discovery, OS discovery, that is Windows 7 home basic version. Okay, so here you will get the complete detail of that version. Okay, and then we have other details like what is the name of the target PC. Okay, so this is the name over the network, then the net BIOS computer name, then the work group, system time, etc. See, it says we have used guest account. Authentication level is user. Okay, that is normal authentication. So it has tried as a guest on our target system. Okay, so and also if you find that OS and service detection performed, and if you get any incorrect results, please report them to this. Okay, but for now there is no need to perform this. Okay, as we know that the information we got is very much true, right? So this is another way of using nmap. Okay, so when we are using nmap, have you noticed one thing? Let me show you quickly. See, as we have performed this attack, you can see that nmap has stuck on line number 1. Okay, it says host is down for now. Alright, maybe it stopped working. So remember just one thing, whenever we perform this attack on anything, you can see that nmap will always stuck on line number 1 and will not show you the further process. Okay, so how it's actually working, what kind of request it's sending, what kind of results it's getting as a response, we will not able to see that. We are not able to see the working of nmap line by line, we are only able to see the end version of it, right? So in that case, what we can do is, for any command simply add -vv, that stands for verbose mode. Okay, it means show me every detail. Okay, whatever you are doing, whatever request you are sending, just show me that. Okay, and just show me the response as and when you will able to receive that. Okay, so we are asking nmap to show whatever you are doing at the background. So for that we will use -vv. Okay, see, nmap has a lot of options and will able to perform many kind of network operations, right? But for our course they are not required, so I am just covering the important ones, okay, which are important for this course. Because if you want to understand nmap, a separate course can be made on it, right? And if you want to use the GUI version, that is graphical user interface version of nmap, okay, which is mainly for Windows, then you will find it with the name ZenMap, okay, and not nmap. It's called as ZenMap. So whenever you want to try to install nmap for in the GUI format, you have to download ZenMap. Okay, and in Kali we have nmap as a pre-built tool, and if you are unable to find that, you can simply use it with apt-get and then install and then nmap, right? This is the easiest way to get nmap, right? And one more thing, you can also perform nmap on any website like nmap something.com. okay, so just use nmap followed by the name of the website, because if you are targeting a website, that website may be running on some server, and the server is a computer, okay, which has an operating system and which has its hardwares. So they are like just like other computers, right? But they are more powerful and with more feature rich, right? That's the only thing. So you can also perform nmap on any website. You can also use the different options of nmap like this on any website. Just replace the IP address with the website name, okay, and that's all, and nmap will start performing its operations over that target. Okay, now let's talk about search exploits. Okay, so we have a huge database with a name exploit database, that is exploitdb. Okay, so exploitdb.com. It is a huge online collection of various exploits, okay, where you can find exploits related to Windows, Mac, Linux, Android, okay, for a browser, exploits for websites, exploits for CCTVs, okay. So anything, any kind of exploit you are looking for, you will able to find it on exploitdb, that is exploit database, right? But in Linux we have an option of searching the exploits offline. Okay, so for that we will going to use a tool called search exploit and then the name of the service or website or anything you want. For example, if we want to search exploits for Windows 10, so we will use -e then the Windows 10. Okay, so -e is used to get the exact match. Okay, so only show exploits if you will able to find Windows 10 there. If we don't use -e, then we will get a lot of results, some containing the exploits for 10 but not Windows 10. Okay, and some will look for only Windows exploits. not the 10, right? That's why we use hyphen E here. Hyphen E stands for exact, which means search exploit exactly for Windows 10 only, okay, and nothing else. So right now it's searching for the different exploits available offline for Windows 10, right? You will get all the latest and old exploits which are available over the internet for different things on exploit database. Okay, see, here is a list of all the exploits which are working for Windows 10. Okay, see, we have a huge result here, right? Now if you want to know the exact path in your system, then you have to go to the top and then you will able to find them here. Okay, now this is not the complete path. The complete path would be slash user slash something slash exploit database and then this path. Okay, so this is not the complete path, but this is the exact location inside the exploit db folder. Okay, so let's do one thing. Let's try search exploit for, let's say, OpenSSH. Okay, so here are the results for OpenSSH exploits, right? Now let's try something else. So let's say we will search exploits for Android, and here we are. Okay, so a lot of results here, right? So this much of exploits are available for Android. Okay, there is a huge list here. So this way you can search for exploits offline by using search exploit, right? Now simply type search exploit and then whatever you are looking like XYZ. Okay, let's try this. Okay, you can see the results as a SQL injection and you will find it here, right? So we have also a exploit for XYZ. So we will learn about exploit DB in coming lectures, but for now that is enough. In this video we are going to perform footprinting for websites. Okay, so footprinting of websites. So the very first tool which we are going to use is what web, followed by the name of the website. Okay, so for example, testphp.vulnweb.com. okay, so we are actually going to use what web because what web will test and tell us that what kind of technology is used on this website. Is there any JavaScript used, right? Which version of JavaScript or the language is used, and the details about their servers, etc. So let's find out what kind of information we are able to retrieve using what web. Okay, here you can see it says that Akunetics is the title, which is the art used on this website. Okay, it is based on PHP and the version of PHP, right? The server Nginx, right? Then we have other things as well like ActiveX, Adobe Flash. Okay, country is United States. Then the email ID, right? HTTP server. So this is how we can get a lot of informations about our target website using what web. Okay, so we are just collecting the information, we are not performing any attack right now. Okay, so after what web we have whois. Okay, there is also a website for whois with a who.is. Okay, so either you can visit the website or you can use it right here on your terminal. So let's say whois and followed by the name of the website, so vulnweb.com. So we are going to perform whois on vulnweb.com. Okay, so let me scroll. Okay, so here we have a lot of informations like you will get the details of the name servers, you will get the tech email, also the phone number, country, postal code, state, city, which means complete address, okay, from which this domain is registered, okay, and this is the email ID for admin, this is the contact number of for admin, right? Then there is email, fax, phone number, country, postal code, and so much information, right? So here is the domain name, okay. So you will also see that when domain is purchased, okay, so creation date is here, then when it was last updated, okay, and when this domain is going to expire, right? So you will able to see a lot of information using whois. So we have learned what web and then whois, and then let's see one more, which is dub, okay. So why to use this till when we have what web and whois? See, it would help us to find out some hidden files or folders on our target website. So dub has its own word list, okay, containing many words, which it will going to search that with these names. If your target website have any folder or file, it will show us, right? So dub, then the name of the target website, and at last the path of the word list, okay. So this is the default path for the word list of dub, /user/share/dub/wordlist/common.txt. You can also find common.txt. If you don't remember the path, simply type locate space common.txt and you will get it, right? But remember one thing, you will also get the other results if they also have the file containing the same name, right? So for now, let's hit enter, okay. So it's not working, it says invalid URL format, okay. So we have to apply HTTP here, we have to complete this. So HTTP, see, it says generated words. Now it will going to search for all the words which are present inside this common.txt file, okay, and it will going to search for all those files on your target website, and if found, it will show us results here on the terminal, and if not, then we will not get any results. You can see here at the starting it has started searching for dot and then the file name, because using dot we can create a hidden file, right? So you can see it will going to try a lot of different words, okay. So it will going to take some time. So for now, let me kill the process. So you have learned about what web, then whois, and at last dub, right? Let's move towards our new topic, vulnerability analysis, okay. It means analyzing the weak points in our target system, okay, or target website, right? So to find out weak points of our target, we have a lot of tools. The one of them is Nikto. So very first we will going to perform weakness analysis for web servers and web applications. So Nikto is the tool for that, okay. So it is the inbuilt tool in Kali, right? It helps us to discover security flaws, okay, and it also gives a full access web server scan for ethical hackers and penetration testers, right? Now what kind of result you expect using this tool? See, it will detect insecure files which help us to gain the full control of our target server, right? It will also look for default file names or software misconfigurations or outdated softwares, etc., right? So let's see how to use it. It's very simple, just type nikto -h. -h is for host name. So either you can provide the host name or website name, or you can assign the IP address here. Both are the same thing, either name or IP, right? So let's see, let's switch to our Kali. Let me open the terminal. So Nikto -h for host name, and let's say, let's try this attack on test php.vulnweb.com. Okay, let's see. Okay, here you can see the target IP address, its host name that we have provided, the port number, and the time, start time. Okay, so it says server is nginx and its version. Now here you can see it has used PHP and the version of PHP. Okay, here is a word that is clickjacking. It says the anti-clickjacking X-frame options header is not present on that your target. So what is clickjacking? See, when you visit a website, let's say you want to download a latest movie, okay, so you visit a website, you land on a random website, okay, which you are not aware of. You click on the download button, but for some reason, instead of downloading a movie, it will redirect you to some other web page, okay, or it will open a pop-up for you, right? And when you click on download button second time, the movie will start downloading. It means it has applied a single layer of clickjacking there, okay. But if a user want, it can create multiple layers on that button, okay. So you can also use this kind of things for other purpose as well. For example, if you want to increase your LinkedIn views, okay, or your Twitter followers, or your Facebook likes, right? So what you can do is, suppose you want to increase your Facebook likes, so you can get a API from Facebook and then you can attach it on the download button. So whenever some visitor came and click on the download button, so automatically your one like will increase, okay. But the real user will not be aware of it, so he will see that nothing happens, and then he tried to click again on the download button, and then the movie starts downloading. So the user is not aware of what is happening at the back end, right? So this is called clickjacking, right? Then we have XSS, okay, it means cross site scripting, okay. We use XSS attack on a website in order to deface a website, right? It means we are ruining the or destroying the design of a website by running a script. So if a website has XSS weakness, we can run a script over there on live website, right? Okay, so this much of information we have got from this tool. Again, if you perform this on any other website like this, see here we are only able to see the results on our terminal only, okay. But if you want to save these results somewhere on your computer, then we can use -output, okay. It means store the output, and then you have to assign the path like root desktop, okay, or leave it. Let's just save it under root folder with a name, let's say Nikto1, okay, and then -format. It means which kind of file you want to create, what format, like text, okay, or HTML or XML, okay, any kind of format you want, just type it here and click enter. Okay, so we have something wrong here. So let's type /root/desktop/ abc xyz hyphen format and then html. Let's see whether it works. Okay, it says unable to open. It is because of a plugin problem. Okay, so let's do ls. Here is our desktop. Okay, so we are not root, we are a Kali user, right? So we can use the power of root using sudo command, but we are not the root. That's why we are unable to create a file there inside the root folder. No problem. So we will create it in /home/Kali. Okay, so let's type same thing and just replace this with /home/Kali/abcxyz. Okay, so it has started now, right? So this time we are able to see the results here on the terminal, and also it will save that output inside this file in this format. Okay, now let me show you all the available formats for creating a file with Nikto. So Nikto -help. Okay, here you can see the limited options. It says this is short help output. Use -H for full help test. So let's do that. So Nikto -H. Okay, so now we have got a lot of options here, right? See, here is a option hyphen format which we have used now. So you can see this much of file formats supported by this tool, right? So you can use HTML, XML, text file, SQL, CSV, JSON, etc. And there are some more options here as well. So you may try this if you want, just to explore this tool. Okay, so for now it's searching. So let me pause the video for a while. Okay, for some reason it has terminated the scan and it found 20 errors and 3 items reported on remote host. Okay, it says no CGI directory found. Use -C to force to check all the possible directories there, right? So we have not used this option. Now we have assigned the task that whatever output you will get, just save it here with the name abcxyz under /home/Kali. So let's see whether it has created a file or not. So let's just go to /home/Kali. Let's just do ls. Okay, here you can see it has created the file, right? So this is how you can use Nikto. Now there are a lot of other options available to be used with this tool, but for now these options are enough for us because we are just analyzing the weak points into web application or web servers, right? As you know, in the previous video we have come to a point where we know that cross-site scripting vulnerability is present in testphp.vulnweb.com. So let me show you how that works on a real website. Okay, so it is testphp.vulnweb.com. Okay, let's go to your profile, and the default username and password is test and test. You can see here. Please use the username and password. Click on login. Don't save. Okay, here you can see some of the details already present like cybersec user. Okay, so instead of a name you can also update the name, like let's give ethical hacker. Click on update and you can see the profile is now belongs to ethical hacker, right? Now what if instead of name I run a script here? Okay, so I am just running a basic script. Let's say alert. And alert would be like you have been hacked, or something like we are watching, etc. Whatever alert you want users or visitor to view on this website. Okay, click on update. See, test PHP says we are watching, right? So this is how you can run a script, any script on a live website, if that website has a cross-site scripting as its weakness, right? So let me remove this and let's set it again to cybersec. Now this is not mandatory, I am just doing this. Okay, and just log out from the test, right? So this is how XSS works on a live website, right? Now I told you that you can use clickjacking to increase your likes or followers on Facebook or Twitter, etc., right? But you can also attach a virus there. So whenever a user click on the download button, by assuming that he will get the movie, instead of movie the virus will download first, right? Or what you can do is you can redirect that user on a malicious link you want. Okay, so when they click on download button, they will be redirected to a malicious web page, okay, which you own. Once they do this, you will get full control of their web browser. So that's the reason, never trust any random website which you are not aware of. Okay, never download any free software from there, not a movie, not a game, nothing, right? So clickjacking and cross-site scripting are also the important security flaws available on many of the websites which are live right now. Okay, okay, so our topic is vulnerability assessment with Red Hawk. Okay, so Red Hawk is based on PHP and it is a single tool which has the functionality of so many different tools, right? So this tool can perform normal weakness scanner. Okay, it will also perform as nmap port scanner. It will also perform whois lookup, right? It will also perform open ports, services, web server information, etc. Okay, so in short, Red Hawk is one of the best tools for ethical hackers or penetration testers, right? So let's see how to use this. Very first, you will not get this tool with Kali, so you have to download this from GitHub, and for that we will use command git clone, and this is the URL for Red Hawk. Okay, so you may type the same thing by watching here. Okay, so just type the same URL and you will get it. Okay, simply type this command and hit enter, and that's all, right? But for now I already downloaded this, so let me show you. First let's do ls, and you can see here Red Hawk folder. Okay, so let's go to Red Hawk. Now ls. Now here you can see a file rhawk.php. Okay, so we have to run this file if you want to run this tool. Okay, and as we know it is based on PHP, so we will use PHP and then rhawk.php. Hit enter and see the tool is started, and you can see here it says all-in-one tool for information gathering and vulnerability scanning. So this single tool has the features of many different tools. Okay, so very first it says enter the website you want to scan. For example, if I type here vulnweb.com and hit enter, now it asks you whether using HTTP or HTTPS. So we will type 1 for HTTP. Now you can see all the features of this tool. It says if we perform the basic search, you will get information like site title, IP address, content management system, Cloudflare detection, whether it's applied or not, and then the robots.txt file. Okay, so what is the use of this file? See, every website has this file. Okay, it's actually like instructions for crawlers. Okay, so whenever we made a new website, Google and other search engines will send their crawlers to crawl our website. Okay, to verify whether what actually the website is all about, right? So we can write instructions here that allow this, disallow this URL, hide this URL from normal people. Okay, so don't crawl this, crawl that, first go to this URL and then move to this. Okay, so these kind of instructions containing this file. Okay, so let's try this. Just type 0 and let's see what it can detect. Okay, so it says scanning begins, scanning site is this, and scan type is basic scan, and here we have some information as it promised that the site title, IP address, web server, and the version of web server. It says could not detect CMS and not detected Cloudflare. It means this website doesn't have Cloudflare protection. Okay, so okay, again we have to run this. Now let me type another URL, that is testphp.vulnweb.com. Okay, now let's perform whois lookup. Let's see what we get. Okay, it says error, no worries, hit enter. Okay, see here you can see one option, that is capital B. If you use capital B, you may able to scan another website as well. So let's just type capital B and let's type vulnweb.com. Hit enter. 1. Now let's perform whois lookup. Okay, it says API count exceeded, increase quota with membership. Right, so you can perform this. So let's just skip this. Let's move to geo IP lookup. Okay, so here is the IP address, then there is country, then there is state, city, latitude, longitude. So you will get exact location using this option, geo IP lookup. Okay, now it says you have two options. Press enter to go to these options and perform another scan, or simply use C to stop this process. So we will hit enter and let's try grab banners. Okay, scanning complete. See, in banner grabbing you will get basic information like HTTP 200. Okay, it means the connection is established, so the code is 200. Then we have server and its version information, then we have date and time, then we have content type, content length, last modified. Okay, just the basic things, nothing special here. So now let's perform DNS lookup and let's see what it can find. Okay, so it has provided us the complete information about DNS settings. So here we have A type IP address, that is IP version 4. Then we have name servers here, 4 different name servers. Then we have text. See, this text Google site verification, this code is provided by Google, which is unique to each website. So every website owner has to put this code under DNS settings in order to verify its website to Google search engine, right? Now let's move to next option, which is subnet calculator. Let's try this. Okay, it can actually calculate subnets and nothing else. So this is your IP address. Okay, this is the network address. Now you might be able to see 32 here because it has used some kind of different formula to get this. Then we have net mask, okay, broadcast not needed, etc. Next is nmap port scan. So 6. Okay, for and some reason we have got error. Let's move to next. See, here in our practicals, it is highly possible that many a times it happens that you will get error because it all depends on your target, okay, number of attacks performed on that target worldwide, right? How many times you have used the trial version of a software, although software is free, but it's not always the case that you will use a option and you will get result, okay? Sometimes you also get error, that's normal. So next we have subdomain scanner. So let's try this. It will actually scan whole website for the subdomains, and you can see that we have got some results, right? So we have used a website vulnweb.com, which is the main domain, and it has found total 12 subdomains for that, okay? So test html5 is another one along with the IP address, right? Now this IP can be same or different for different subdomains. It all depends on the DNS settings, okay? So this much of subdomains we have found that. See, test php.vulnweb, we have found it, we have used it actually. So next is reverse IP lookup and CMS detection. Okay, let's run it again. Let me type vulnweb, or let's try test php.vulnweb.com. Let's see what kind of result we get. So let me type 8. Okay, it says reverse IP lookup and CMS detection and nothing else. So again, test php.vulnweb.com. Now next is SQLi scanner. See, we have some SQL injection attacks, right? But we can only perform those attacks on the websites vulnerable to that kind of injections, okay? So number 9, it's actually the weakness of a database, right? So we can perform SQL queries in order to get what we want from the database, okay? So let me try this on the main domain, which is vulnweb.com. Let's try number 9. Okay, it's still not working. Let's try some more options. So let's try this one, 11, WordPress scan. Okay, we cannot scan this because these are only if the target website runs on WordPress, right? So let's try number 12. Okay, it says admin crawler file found, scanning for admin panel, total URLs loaded are 817. Yeah, so it's worked. Let's check for its updates first. Let's check it. vulnweb.com 1. Let's try capital U for updates. Okay, please restart Red Hat. Let's try number 13. See, MX lookup is for mail server lookup. Okay, so what kind of mail services this is using? So we haven't got any result here. Okay, let's try capital A. Okay, so we have got some results here, like the basic information that we have got from by using option number 0, that is basic search. So we have got basic information here like site title, IP address, web server, and the same thing which we have found by using this option. Okay, okay, so we have got a lot of information by using this tool. Now it all depends on the website you are targeting and number of free attempts you will get with that particular option. For example, using Whois, you cannot try a lot of websites in the same day, right? So that was the case. So just download this and explore it yourself and see what kind of information you can collect from your target website. Now let's see how we can check for the Unix and Linux security auditing, that is to check the security of your own system. So we have a tool called Linux. Okay, we can use this tool in order to perform security auditing for the systems based on Unix. Okay, so the OS like Linux, Mac OS, BSD, etc. Okay, so you can only use this tool on all the OS based on Unix. As you know that Mac is also based on Unix, right? So what it actually do? It performs in-depth security auditing or security scan on system itself. That is, it will only perform the security auditing on its own system where you have downloaded this or installed this. It's not like you have downloaded this tool on your system and then you are performing security audit on some other remote system. That's not possible, right? So you have to install this tool on your own system only to check the security of your own system. So the primary goal of this tool is to test the security defenses, okay, and then provide you the tips to improve your security, that is server hardening, right? It will also scan for general system information, okay, configuration issues, okay, like misconfigured softwares, and will also check for vulnerable softwares if present on your system. So let's see how to use this tool. So let me first log into my system. Okay, let's just open the terminal and let me type Linux, hit enter, and you can see it says not installed. Okay, so we want to install this. Okay, either you can type Y or you can use this command sudo apt get, okay, apt install Linux. So let's do that, apt install Linux. Okay, so the password, yeah, we want to continue. Okay, so let it download. See, using this tool is very simple. You have to simply use the command Linux space audit space system. Okay, so let me pause the video till our download gets completed. Okay, the process is completed. Now let's run this. So Linux audit system. Okay, we have some more options to be used with this tool. You can always use --help or -H if you want to explore the options, but for now let's perform system audit. Okay, okay, it's saying that it will going to ignore some of the test because as they require root permission and we have run this software using Kali user and not the root, right? So let's see. It says detecting OS. So our program version is this. We are using Linux, particularly Kali Linux. Okay, this is the kernel version, this is the architecture, and then we have profiles stored under this file. Okay, then we have the log file. You can read the report file here and its version. Let's see, let me scroll down. Okay, so it says it has checked for system binaries, all the files have found. Okay, so it's checking some of the plugins, libraries, that which one is installed and which one is not, but that would be required by some other softwares but not installed on our system, right? So here are the boot end services. Okay, so which one is safe, which one is unsafe, which one is protected and which one is not. You can see the details here about all the services, right? Then we have kernel, then we have shells, file systems. Here you can see it says partially hardened, which means this one is not completely secured, right? So maybe it would not completely encrypted. That's the reason it has detected the weakness. Okay, you can see a lot of things here, right? See, it says checking upgradable packages skipped because it already told us that you are not running our software as a root. That's why we are not able to perform the complete scan. We must skip some of the files here. Okay, so one of my drive is not encrypted, so it says exposed. Okay, then we have some logging and files. Okay, insecure services. Then we have cryptography. So you can see how much information we have got about our system, and it will tell us about each and everything, that this is safe, this is not, this is weak, this security is okay, this one is exposed, etc. Right? So you can see a lot of results here. Now it would also give you suggestions, as I told you that it would give you some tips to improve your security for server hardening purpose, right? So it says install this, install that, right? And also mentions the URL from where you can download and install it, right? See, this much of suggestions we have received, so we can follow these tips if we want to improve the security. But for now, as we are using it for the practical purpose and in virtual environment, so that is not required right now. But if you are using it as your main system and you always use this OS, then you must follow all the tips, right? You can see it says hardening index is this, test perform is this, plugin enable this, right? Okay, now it says we have skipped these tests because due to non-privilege mode, that is we haven't run this software as a root. That's why this tool has to skip these tests, otherwise we will getting some more results. Now here you can see enhance Linux audits by adding your settings to custom.prf file, and you can see all the settings regarding this inside this file, and this is the complete path of the file, right? So this is how you can use Linux tool and can perform your own system security auditing. In this lesson, I will teach you how you can configure Apache web server on your own Linux system, right? Now I hope you know that majority of the websites in the world are running on Apache web server, and Apache web server is based on Linux. So it is used for the purpose of website hosting. It provides you simple and secure access to all of the contents, and Apache web server uses HTTP protocol. So the package name for Apache is HTTPD, and it uses port number 80 for HTTP, and for HTTPS it uses port number 443. So let's install all of the packages for Apache. So HTTPD and star, but this won't work here, right? Now the reason behind is that it says yum is not enabled. Okay, so we have to configure yum. Now what is yum? Yum is a tool which help you to install or modify or update packages in Red Hat Enterprise Linux, right? So first of all we have to configure some repos. Repo stands for repositories. So let's do that first. So let's move to the etc and then yum.repos.d. okay, there is no file here, so let's create a new one and let's say rel.repo. okay, but before doing this we have to copy all of the contents from Red Hat Enterprise Linux DVD to our own system. So for that, first of all we have to mount DVD in this system. So this is my virtual machine. Let's go to settings, go to storage, and in here we have to add the ISO file. Click on OK, done, right? Now open with files. Okay, we have to open this DVD here, and let's copy all of these folders to our machine. Okay, so let's copy, and let's paste it to, let's say, downloads folder. Okay, so create a new folder, name it rel. Okay, and now paste all of the content here, right? Now it will take some time to copy the whole content as it is approximately 3.8 gigs, right? So I have to pause this video and I will resume once the process gets completed. So now the process has been completed. Let's close this dialog box. Okay, now let's create the file. So the name would be rel.repo, right? Now first of all you have to press I for insert. Okay, then mention the name of the repository, then comes the base URL. Okay, so right now I am using all of the packages on my own machine, alright, but if you have any other server which contains all of these packages, then you can use FTP and then the IP address of that server. But for now, as I am using my own machine for all purposes, so I will use file :// right? Now the path of the repository, which is /root/downloads/rel. Okay, now enabled is equal to 1 and gpg check is equal to, now gpg check will help us to authenticate the repository. Okay, so I will use 0 to disable it. If you want to enable this, you can use 1, but for now leave it to 0 and save the file and exit. Okay, done. Yum clean all. Okay, let's ignore this message, and now yum repo list. Okay, so it's working now, right? Now First of all, we have to install a package called as vsftpd, right? After configuring yum, you have to install this package, and then after completing this package, we will install httpd, okay, which is the package for Apache web server. So I will explain the further steps in the next video. So installation has been completed for vsftpd. Now vsftpd stands for Very Secure FTP Daemon, and it comes under general public license. Actually, it is an FTP server for Linux operating system. Okay, so let's install our Apache packages. So yum-y install httpd and star. Okay, star means include all of the packages, and yum would help you to install all of the dependencies and other libraries which is required. Okay, so it will take some time, so let's pause the video. So the installation has been completed, and now let's start the service. So systemctl, which means system controller, start httpd. Okay, and now let's enable the service. Now what's the difference between start and enable? See, if you start any service and whenever you reboot the system or you start the system again, the service won't work. So to make it permanent, we use enable. Okay, done. Now we have to allow this service in firewall rules. Okay, so we have to add a new firewall rule regarding this service. Otherwise, firewall stop this service from working properly. So let's use firewall -cmd permanent, okay, -add service is equal to http. Now firewall -cmd reload. Done. Okay, now we have our Apache web server ready. If you want to test it, open the browser and enter the IP address of this machine. Okay, but for now I will type the IP of localhost. Okay, so let's try this, and 127.0.0.1, hit enter, and you will able to see the default page. Okay, now if you host any website here, you will able to see that. Okay, and the path, the by default directory for Apache is this, which is /var www and html. Okay, so let's do that. Let me close this first. So close tabs. Okay, now let's move to var www and html ls. Okay, there is nothing here, so let's create a new file, that is index.html. okay, hit enter, enter any matter you want, like hello world, save the file. Suppose this is your web page. Okay, so let's again open the browser and try the same thing again. Okay, so 127.1, see. Okay, so this is your website, right? So you can create new pages, or you can paste already created web pages here in var www html. So I hope now you know how you can configure Apache web server on your own machine. Our next topic is password attack. So password breaking, finding password, etc. So before we go deep inside password attack, you must understand a term called hash. So what is hash? It is a one-way encryption to hashing. Okay, one-way encryption to hashing. Now, if you don't know hash, let me tell you. But before we go inside hashing, you must first understand encryption. So what is encryption? See, everyone knows the word hello. Okay, so suppose there are three friends, A, B and C, and suppose A want to send a message to C, but B is the mutual friend. Okay, so A will send the message to B and tell B that forward this message to C. Okay, but don't look into the message. Okay, don't read the message. Okay, but B will read the message because it is very easy to read this text, which is hello, right? So now, just to make the privacy, A will going to use a formula of, let's say, +1. Okay, +1 is actually a formula of encryption, right? So what is +1? See, what comes after H? I. Okay, so H plus 1 is equal to I, right? E plus 1 is equal to F. L plus 1 is equal to M. Okay, and O plus 1 is equal to P, right? So using a formula, our hello is now if MMP, right? So now A will send this message to B so that B can forward it to C, right? But A already told C that I am going to use a formula of +1. So whenever you want to convert this message into plain text, that is reverse encryption, that is decryption. Okay, so if you want to decrypt the message, simply use -1. Okay, so C knows that whenever I receive a message, I have to use this formula. Okay, I want to decrypt the message. So if MMP -1 will become hello again, right? So this is called as an encryption. Okay, using a formula and converting a readable text to unreadable format is called encryption, and then again reversing this process is called decryption, right? By reversing the formula. Okay, so now this is the easy one. Okay, it's a very simple example. Now let's understand hash. Okay, so again hello plus 1 is equal to this, right? Now if A want to use hash instead of encryption, normal encryption, what A would do is A would remove or delete these three characters. Okay, or let's say it deletes only a single character. Okay, or maybe two characters, and then it will use +2. Okay, or +1, whatever it is. Okay, whatever formula A want to use, he will do it, right? So it will become I plus 1 is equal to J, F, G, and then Q. So our hello has now become J, G, Q, right? So when this message is received by C, C will try to reverse the formula. Okay, so he will first do -1, so he will get I, F, P. But the problem is now C doesn't know which two characters are missing. So it is impossible for C to get or to add the missing two characters, because C doesn't know which two characters are missing and from which place, right? the sequence is not known as well. Okay, so it is impossible to convert this to hello, right? So this is called hashing. Hash is the one-way encryption. Now in our daily lives we use Facebook, Gmail, etc., right, for the login purpose. So there these kind of giants, IT giants, will use hash. So whenever we forget our password of Facebook or Gmail, then the company is unable to give us the old password. Okay, it asks you to authenticate that this account is yours, but they are unable to provide you the old password because that password is stored in the form of hash on their servers. So it is impossible for them to get the exact password, right? That's why once they authenticate you, they will ask you to set a new password. Okay, so this is hash, one way encryption. You can encrypt it, but you cannot decrypt it. In the previous video, you have learned about hash. Now let me show you a live example of how you can convert a plain text into hash. For that, you can simply go to google.com and type MD5 hash. Okay, and you will get a link like this. This link is passwordsgenerator.net/MD5 hash generator. Now, there are many ways to convert a text into hash, but the one which I am using is MD5 hash. Okay, so MD5 has its own algorithms which are not easy to crack, right? So let's see how we can convert a normal text to hash. Simply type A here and you can see its hash. So this is the MD5 hash for A, right? Now you know that you cannot convert this hash into A again, right? But remember one thing, whatever I type here, the output would be of 32 characters only. Okay, it will not go beyond 32 characters. So if I type B, still the hash will remain 32 characters. If I type C, then same, D same. Or if I type hacking here, you can see still the hash will remain same, that is total of 32 characters, right? If I add something here like A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, whatever, etc., okay, or anything, right, still the hash will remain same. Okay, so now you know that you cannot convert this hash back to this. Okay, so let me show you now what if we get this hash as a password. Okay, and let's see whether we are able to convert this back and can we get the real text password again. Okay, now remember one thing, Facebook, Gmail, like IT giants will also use hash. Okay, so whenever you type password, they will convert it into hash and they will store that hash on their server, right? So whenever next time you type your password, it will again convert that password into hash and then they will match that hash with the one which are stored on their server. And if the hash matches, it means your password is correct. Okay, only then you will be able to access your account, right? So each time you type the password, they have to convert it first into hash and only then they will able to match that hash with the hash stored on their server, right? Now let's talk about password cracking. The first step to crack the password is to identify the type of hash. Okay, because if we don't know what kind of hash it is, how we are able to crack it, right? So let me open the command line interface and let's use a tool called hash identifier. Okay, so we are going to use this tool. It is a free tool, comes inbuilt with Kali. Okay, so this tool will going to help us to identify the type of hash. Okay, so let's just quickly create some hashes. So suppose the password is hacking. Okay, we don't know the password, but we have got the hash from the database. Okay, so just copy this and let's paste it here. Okay, hit enter, and see, it told you that the possible hash type is MD5. Okay, and if for any reason this doesn't work, then you may try the least possible hashes as well, right? So let's quickly create some more hashes. Okay, let's convert this using SHA1. Okay, so let me type hack again. You can see here, this is the hash for SHA1. So just copy this, now paste it here, hit enter, and see, it told you that the possible hash type is SHA1, right? Now let's quickly try the other ones as well. So let's try SHA512. Again, if I type ABCD, see how long the hash is, right? So different algorithms or different hash methods will generate the different outputs. Okay, so let's quickly just paste it here, hit enter, and you can see it told you that possible hash type is SHA512, right? If that doesn't work, you may try other hashes as well. Okay, so the very first step is to identify the type of hash. Okay, remember one thing, we cannot decrypt the hash, but if we know what kind of hash it is, we can at least try different combination of passwords. Okay, suppose we know the target password is converted into hash using MD5, then we can try different combination of passwords like hack, hacking, password, etc., whatever it is. Okay, we will convert them into hash, and then we will try to match that hash with the one which we have got into the database, right? So we will match both the hashes. Okay, we cannot decrypt the hash, but we can convert the possible combination of passwords to convert them into hash, and then we can match the hash with the hash. Okay, so this way we are going to crack the password. Now let's talk about cracking the password or cracking the hashes. So we are going to use an online service called Find My Hash. Okay, so Find My Hash will help us to crack the password. Okay, so the format would be find my hash followed by the name of the algorithm which has used, or the method, which is MD5, then -h, that is for hash value, and now here we have to paste the hash value. So let me quickly create a hash for you. Okay, so let's create the MD5 hash. Okay, so let's suppose the password is hack, or let's say the password is test. Okay, so here is the MD5 hash for the test. So just copy this, paste it here. Okay, and hit enter. Okay, it says find my hash command not found. Okay, so we have to download this from git clone. Okay, so I have already done this, so let me show you the command. Here it is, git clone, and this is the URL to download find my hash Python code. Okay, now let's do ls. Here you can see find my hash, so cd find my hash. Here we have find my hash.py. So let me type python find my hash.py, then the name, that is MD5 -h. Now here we have to provide the hash value. which is this. Okay, not this. Let's copy this from here. Paste it here. Okay, and hit enter. Okay, again. There is a problem in line number this. Okay, so let's just edit this file. Home Kali, find my hash, line number 38. Here it is. In the previous videos, we have seen how to use different tools and techniques in order to gain access to our target computer system. But in this lesson, we will see how to hack humans. Okay? And yes, I am talking about social engineering techniques. So, hacking a human mind is easier than hacking a computer system, right? So, there are some experts out there who claims that playing with human emotions in order to trick them to do what we want them to do is much easier than hacking into his computer system, right? So we will see the different methods of social engineering. So let's move to applications and go to social engineering tools and select social engineering toolkit, right? Now it says, do you agree to terms of service? Yes, we agree. So we will going to create a fake email, and we will also see how to create some phishing mails or fake websites, etc., right? So social engineering toolkit is a very famous method of doing this. So I will select the first option, which says social engineering attacks, right? So there are various attacks out there, but we will see the first one for now. Okay. Now it's loading, so we have to, okay. So here are some other options, but we will use the fifth one, which says mass mailer attack. Okay. So in this video we will going to use fake emails, right? So select 5. Now there are two options. First one is email attack for an individual. If you are targeting an individual person, then select the first one, and if you are targeting multiple, then use the second one. So for now I will go with the first option. Now it says send email to. So enter the email address of your target. So let's say target 001, okay, @gmail.com. okay. Now I don't know whether this email ID exists or not. I am just showing you for the purpose of demonstration. So enter. Now it says use a Gmail account for your email attack. Okay, that is from which account you want to send this email, right? Or if you have your own server, then you can use it as well. So I will go with the first option. Now it says your Gmail email address. See guys, I am not going to enter my real email address here, because in the next step it asks me for the real password. Okay. So let me give a fake email ID again. So hacker 007 @ let's say, okay, let's do one thing and let's type customer care team @ Facebook, or should I say gmail.com. Okay, so we pretend that we are from customer care team of Gmail. Okay, now it says type the name from which you want to send email and your target will able to see it. Okay, so let's give it a name, support team. Now it asks for email password, so type anything. Now it says, do you want to flag this message as high priority? Yes, we want. Do you want to attach a file? See, you can attach a malicious file here, okay, but for now I select no. Again no. Now it asks for email subject, so let's say security alert. Send the message as HTML or plain. Now it says enter the body of the message and type end capitals when finished. Okay, so let's type your main message here. So let's suppose hello, then the name of your target. We found that someone is trying to access to your Gmail account. Kindly reset your password. The details are attached with this mail. Okay, something like that, and attach your malicious file there. So we are actually trying to trick our target to click on that malicious file, right? That malicious file could be anything, let's say your undetectable backdoor or etc. Okay, so next line of body, nothing, just type end in capital letters, right? Now let me stop this process. Okay, okay, because after pressing enter, this system will try to send an email to that email ID. Okay, it actually tries to send a real email there. Okay, so I have disconnected my computer system from internet connection because I don't want to send it an email because there is no email ID exist, right? So this is how we can use social engineering toolkits in order to create an fake email. In the previous video we have seen how to create phishing email. Now in this video we will see how to create malicious files, okay, so that we can send this malicious file with our phishing email. So first of all, let's open the terminal, right, and now type command SE toolkit, that is social engineering toolkit, right? So again select the first option which says social engineering attacks. Now this time we won't select this option, okay, we have done this in previous lesson. Now we will going to select the first option which says spear phishing attack vectors. So let's do that. Now it says the spear phishing module allows you to specifically craft email messages and send them to a large or small number of people with attached file format, which is a malicious payload. Okay, so you have three different options here, and we will select the second one which says create a file format payload. Now here is a list of all the payloads, and let's try this one which is Adobe PDF. Okay, so number 17. Now there are two options: either use your own PDF for attack, or you can use built-in blank PDF for attack. Okay, so for now let's select the second one, and here let's select this one. Okay, reverse TCP. So to enter, and let's wait. Now it asks you to enter either URL or your IP address, so let's do that. And this is the IP of my Kali. Now it asks for port, so yes, 443 is okay, so hit enter. Right, so it has started listening to this IP address on 443 port number. Right, now the process has been completed and it says payload creation complete. All payloads are sent to the template PDF directory. Good. Now we have two options: keep the file, I don't care, or rename the file. So this time we will select the second one because it is a good idea to rename your file. Okay, so give it a new file name. Let's say security report. Okay, hit enter, and now it says what do you want to do. So email attack single mail address or mass mailer. So select single email address. Right, now it asks you to use either predefined template or one time use email template. So select from the predefined email template. Now here are some pre-built email templates. So let's select this one which says status report, because if you remember in the previous lesson we pretend to be customer care team from Gmail, right? So it's a good idea to use the third one which says status report template. Right, now it asks to send email to. Okay, so enter the email address of your target. Right, now the rest of the process is same as I described in the previous video. Right, so I'm not going to do it again. Right, but if you want, go to the previous lesson, watch it again. Okay, in the previous video we have seen how to create malicious files. Okay, and now in this video we will see how we can create a malicious USB drive. That is, how to make your pen drive malicious using social engineering toolkit. So let's run AC toolkit. Now as we done in the previous videos, select the first option, that is social engineering attacks. Let it load, and now this time we will going to select the third option which says infectious media generator. So 3, enter. Here you have two options: file format exploits and standard Metasploit executable. Okay, so we will select the second one, and here let's select this one which says Windows Meterpreter reverse HTTPS. If you remember, we have used this before in one of our previous videos. So 7, enter. Now it says IP address for the payload listener. So enter the IP of the attacker machine and enter the port for the reverse listener. So let's say 443. Now it's generating the payload, so we have to wait till the process gets completed. So the payload has been created and it says payload has been exported to this path which is /root. Okay, with the name payload.exe. Right, now what happened is it has created two different files for our USB drive. One is auto run, you can see it here, and the other one is meter. Okay, so now it says create a listener right now. Okay, yes. Now it will going to launch Metasploit framework console from here, that is MSF console. So now it says started HTTPS reverse handler here on port 443. Now it's up to you. You can change this port number to anything like 1234 or 5678, etc. Okay. Now the only job left is to attach your USB drive with your machine and copy your payload. Then take that pen drive and attach it on your target computer system, and it will automatically run and create a session for us. Okay, so that's it for this tutorial. In this lesson we will talk about website phishing. Okay, that is making a clone of a website like Facebook, Gmail, etc. So as always, run SE toolkit, and this time we will select the second option which says website attack vectors. Now we will select the third one which says credential harvester attack method, because we want to steal the credentials of our target. So 3. Now select the second option which says site cloner. Why? Because the second method will completely clone a website of your choosing and allow you to utilize the attack vectors. Okay, so second, and enter your IP address for the purpose of post back. Okay, so this is the IP of our Kali, so hit enter. Now it says enter the URL to clone. Okay, so enter your URL of the website which you want to make clone of. So www.facebook.com and hit enter, and it will create a clone of facebook.com for you. Then you have to share that link with your target. Then your target opens the link, and when he enters the information like username, password, then you will get them here on your screen. But there is one problem. For this purpose you have to keep your PC on 24/7 until your target clicks on it and do rest of the work, right? So there is a better alternative to this. So open your browser and open a website which says zshadow.info. Okay, create an account with this, and this website will help you with phishing attacks. So it will going to create a clone for Facebook, Gmail, Instagram, etc. Simply create an account with them, and then they will provide you the link. Then share the link with your target. Now you don't need to log in until your target clicks on the link. Okay, you can log out and do your work, right? This website keeps your link live 24/7. So when your target clicks on the link and enter his information, user credentials, this website will record them for you, right? So you can use this website. So this is how you can perform website phishing. In the previous videos we have seen how to create phishing mails, malicious files and phishing websites, right? Now in this lesson we will see how we can detect phishing attacks, because as a security expert it is very important that you know how to detect whether a mail received has contained some malicious files, or a website you are visiting is a phishing website or not. So it is very important to learn how to detect phishing attacks and how to prevent your own network from those attacks, right? So first of all, let's visit to toolbar.netcraft.com. So we are going to use a toolbar, that is a Firefox extension, because it will clearly mention us that if we visit a phishing website, it will show us a warning that hey, this website is a phish or you may be at risk, right? So let's download the Netcraft extension from here. Okay, we want for Firefox, so select Firefox. Okay, click on add to Firefox. Now Netcraft toolbar provides internet security services including anti-fraud and anti-phishing services, right? Select continue to installation. And Netcraft toolbar also provides application testing, code reviews, automated penetration testing and research data and analysis on many aspects of the internet. Okay, so here it is, click on add. Okay, got it, done. Right, now whenever you visit any kind of website, let's say visit facebook.com. Okay, let the website open and simply click here, which is Netcraft toolbar. Now it says site report, risk rating 0, and it's showing the website in green. Okay, and here are some other website details. Okay, so I hope now you understand how to use Netcraft toolbar and how helpful it is, right? Now let's visit one more website, which is ZShadow. Okay, I already told you about this website in the previous video. Still it says risk rating 0 because this website itself isn't harmful, right? But you can create your account on this website to create some phishing pages, right? So that's it for this video. In the next lesson we will see one other way of detecting the phishing websites and all. In the previous video we have seen how we can use Netcraft toolbar in order to detect a website, whether it is a phish or not. But now in this lesson we will see one very famous website called as phishtank.com. It would help us to detect whether a website, website we are visiting is a phish or not. Okay, so PhishTank is a free community site on which anyone can submit, verify, track and share phishing data. So PhishTank is a collaborative clearing house for data and information regarding phishing on the internet. Also, PhishTank provides an open API for developers and researchers to integrate anti-phishing data into their applications at no charge. Right? Now you can read more details of PhishTank here. Let's open this. Okay. So if you have any doubt that you have received a URL and maybe this URL has something wrong, so you can paste that URL here. Okay, so I have taken a sample URL just to show you how PhishTank website works, and simply click on is it a phish? So yes, this is 100% phish. Okay, so visiting this URL is a risk. So let's open this. See, it says deceptive site ahead. Okay, so this website is blocked by Firefox also. You can see details if you want. So I hope now you know how phishtank.com website works. Now it's time to learn about website hacking or web application penetration testing. But first of all, you must know that what is a website, because if you don't know what a website is, then how can you able to perform attacks on any website, right? Then we will learn what is a web server. For example, Apache is a very popular web server around the world because more than 60% of the websites are running on Apache server, and Apache web server runs on Linux, right? Now if you don't know about Apache web server, then you must go to the second last section of this course, which is Linux for beginners, and go to the last lecture of that section, which consists of what is Apache web server and how you can configure it, right? Then we will perform footprinting of websites. It is very important to perform collection of information of our target before launching attacks. As you know, if you are performing system hacking, or you are performing network hacking, or you are performing website hacking, collection of information is the very first step you must follow, right? Then we will perform two or three of the major attacks like SQL and XSS or cross-site scripting, and denial of service attack or distributed denial of service attack on both virtual and live websites. Now it is very important to perform all of these attacks first in the virtual environment, because you are just developing your skills of website hacking. Using virtual environment, you won't lose any of your data, right? And you will also gain some of the important skills. So if you learn any new tool or techniques from the internet, it is best to perform it first in the virtual environment, and once you become comfortable, then only you will go for the live website hacking, right? And remember, you only perform live website hacking by taking all the required permissions from the owner of the website. Okay, so in my case, I am going to use a virtual environment where I have installed 3 different systems. The first virtual machine is running on Windows 10, the second is running on Kali Linux, and the third one is Metasploitable, which will act as a web server, and it has inbuilt some of the demo websites to perform these attacks, right? Now it is not necessary to create a new virtual environment. You can use your previously configured virtual machines as we have created at the time of system hacking. So let's start with what is a website and what is web server. So this is my PC, and with the help of a browser, I have opened twitter.com, which is a website. Now the part which you are seeing here is called as front end. Okay, so it is basically a HTML page. HTML is a markup language, so it is basically a HTML page, and every website you open, for example, if you open facebook.com, then also you will able to see the front end part of this website, right? So every website is divided into 2 main parts. First is front end and second is back end. Now the part which you will able to see is called as front end or client side, and the other is back end, which is server side. So there are different technologies used in both front end and back end. For example, the front end part will use HTML, okay, and also JavaScript. So if you visit any unknown website and that website will ask you to run JavaScript, then don't allow that website, okay, because JavaScript will execute on your PC and not on the server, right? So if you don't trust the website, don't allow it to run JavaScript. Now if you talk about backend, which is a server side, which is a web server side. So web server is nothing but a computer like your computer, okay? It is no different, but it has more power than your computer. It has more memory, it has more storage, okay? But the working of web server is same as your PC, okay? You can also install Windows operating system on server, you can also install Mac OS, you can also install Linux, right? Now the technologies your server understand is PHP, Python, MySQL, etc. So MySQL is a database and Apache is a web server. So web server and database are two of the main components which a server must have in order to become a web server. So these are the two main applications. Any computer having these two applications has capability to become a web server, right? So if you want to perform an attack on the server side, then you must create your attack in a language which web server understand, like PHP, Python, etc. And if you want your attack to perform on the client side, then you will create that attack in JavaScript. Okay, so these are the basics of what is a website and what is a web server. Okay, now in the next lesson I will teach you how exactly what is happening behind the scenes when you try to access a website like facebook.com. So this is the basic structure of how we can access a website. So this is your PC and you have opened your browser and you want to access facebook.com, right? But your request first go to DNS server. Now what is DNS server? It is a computer server that contains database of public IP addresses and their associated host names. So the job of DNS server is to convert the domain name into its associated IP address. So this is the IP address of web server, right? Then it will forward request to a web server. So this is the web server where facebook.com is hosted, right? Now, in worst cases where we are not able to hack into our target website because it is highly secure, then we must try to find out other websites running on the same server. Okay, now you must know that a single web server can host multiple websites. So if we able to manage to hack into any other website on the same server, then we can also take access or full control of this web server. That way we will able to control facebook.com, right? So the web page which you see on your PC is a HTML format, right? So this is the basic of how we can access a website. I hope now you know that the part of website which you and I able to see is made up of HTML and sometimes JavaScript also. And server is a computer just like yours, but it understands Python and PHP like programming languages, and it has web server and database installed, which makes it a web server, right? Web server like Apache and database like MySQL. Now there are many other web server or databases available over the internet. You can easily find their names by searching on google.com, but I focus on Apache and MySQL because they have more share than their competitors, right? Now let's start with the first step, which is footprinting of website. So let's see what we will discover or collect information about our target website. So first we will find out its IP address. Then we will look for domain name information like the name of the owner which registered the domain, the contact number of the owner, the email ID of the owner, etc. Then we will find out what programming languages a website has used, okay, and other applications as well, like whether it is using Apache web server or it is using IIS web server, which is Windows based web server, okay, and what kind of database the website is using. Then we will see about DNS records. Then we will try to find out directories which are listed on the websites as well as which is hidden by the owner. And we will also try to find out other websites which are running on the same server. So let's open your browser and type who is, okay, who is lookup. Now let's open the first one. So who is a database which contain information about the owner of a domain name. For example, if I type let me zoom it first so that you will able to see it. So I typed shubhamparik.in. It is a domain name. Now let's search for the information of this website. Okay, by the way, this is my website and it's not working for now. If you try to access this website, it says website is down. Now it has provided some important informations like the website is 510 days old. Okay, the website is created on this date and will expire on this date and is updated on this date, right? It also provide DNS server information like this domain is using Hostinger services. Okay, so Hostinger is my web hosting company. Okay, this is the IP address of the server and this is the IP location, right? Okay, now you have to fill CAPTCHA to gain more information about your target domain, and you also have to create an account with them. That way you will able to access some of the more information. So let's change another website which is who.is. Okay, see, these are the similar websites which provide similar results. So let's try to find out using who.is, and I hope it will provide some other informations. Okay, data currently unavailable. So let's try on another website which is shubhamparik.com. Let's search for it. Okay, so it says registrar info is GoDaddy. So I have purchased this domain from godaddy.com, but it has already expired and I am not the owner of this domain anymore, right? I don't own this website now, but it says domain name is this, registrar is GoDaddy, and website updation creation date. So the similar information is provided by who.is. So there is not much of a difference. You can also see DNS records clearly, which is not available on the previous website. So you will able to see the DNS records, okay, like CNAME, A records, etc. Okay, so these are the very basics where you can find out the information about the owner, about the IP address. Okay, so let's see one more method of finding IP address of a website. So let's open command prompt and type ping www.shubhamparik.in. Okay, remember this is the same IP as we have seen from who.is website or who is database. In the previous video, we have used whois database in order to collect information about the owner of our target website. Now, let's try to find out some more information regarding our target website. So for that, you have to visit toolbar.netcraft.com, or you can download and browser extension for the same. It will provide you a quick review about a website. Now here on the left hand side, click on site report and you will get this web page, right? Now here enter the URL of your target website, let's say facebook.com. So this time we are going to target facebook.com. So here is the report. It says site title is this, date first seen, okay, primary language and site rank, risk rating. So it is risk free, right? Here is the network information about facebook.com. Like this is the domain name here is the IP address. So it is IPv4 version 4, and here is version 6, and this is the address of the organization. Okay, hosting country, and this is the hosting history. Okay, so the server where facebook.com is hosted is running on Linux, right? Now you have some more information here as well. So it is using PHP, and SSL is installed on facebook.com, which is a good thing. Okay, JavaScript, it is using Facebook CDN. CDN is the content delivery network. It increases the speed of your website. And other information like zzip. Okay, so zzip is a compression, okay, which is used by the companies. You will find these informations on your control panel on your hosting dashboard. And some other information, okay, HTML5 is used, CSS is used, so that is a good thing, right? So you have seen many other information which is not possible if you go for Whois database, right? So netcraft.com is a very important website which help you to gain more information about your target website. So we have used Whois and Netcraft in order to collect information about our target website. This time let's use roptex.com. Okay, it will provide you some more information which Whois and Netcraft is not able, right? So this time our target is twitter.com. Now here is the report, and report is divided into different sections. So first is analysis, which provide you IP address and hostname informations. Okay, so these are the DNS information about twitter.com. These are the information of mail servers, and these are IP addresses. Okay, again quick information like twitter.com registry, IP numbers, name server, mail server, etc. Here are the DNS records. Okay, there is a huge list of DNS records. Then there is SEO. It is search engine optimization. It is a technique using which you will able to improve your website ranking in search engine results page. And then there is trustworthiness, okay, child safety, etc. Now Alexa rank, again some basic information, and here CNAME, IP numbers, okay, name servers, etc. Now here subdomains and host names. See, many a time it happens that the main domain of a website like twitter.com, www.twitter.com, you are trying to hack twitter.com, but it is very secure. So what you can do is, these are the big websites. Generally, before launching any new feature, they first start beta testing. So they assign subdomain like beta.twitter.com or name of the new feature.twitter.com, right? Like this. Here it is, this one, okay, or mx003.twitter.com. So these are subdomains. You can try to hack into these subdomains, okay? So there are more chances that you will able to hack into subdomains rather than attacking on the main domain. Okay, now here is the graph also, but you have to log in to see other history and Whois information. Okay, and this is DNS block list, right? So these are some of the information which Whois and Netcraft is not able to provide you. So you have learned how you can collect information about your target website using Whois database, using Netcraft toolbar, and by using roptex.com. In this lesson, we will see how we can hack into a target website using SQL injection. So in my virtual environment, I am using Kali Linux as my client machine, and I am going to access web server directly using IP address. Okay, I am not using DNS server in between, and this is my web server, and web server is Metasploitable. So Metasploitable using a web server called Apache and database name MySQL, right? So what is SQL? Okay, or SQL injection. So SQL injection is a very popular vulnerability, right? And SQL is a structured query language which help a website to interact with its database. As you know, most of the websites use databases to store their data. Okay, data like username, password, or credit card information, etc. And so the data is stored in databases in the form of tables which consist of rows and columns. Okay, so SQL is the language which help a web application to interact with data in order to read data, update data, or delete data, etc. Now here is the Metasploitable, which is a web server. So first of all, let's find out its IP address. It is 10.0.2.5. Now let's switch to client machine, which is Kali. Okay, and now I am not going to hack into any website. Instead, I first want you to show how database look like. So MySQL -u stands for user. Username is root. Now my web server, which is Metasploitable, is not using any password, and then the IP of the web server. See, now I am in the MySQL of 10.0.2.5. The first command we use is databases. Okay, so show databases and semicolon, hit enter, and here you will see all of the databases, right? Now we will use this one. So let's type use dvwa. Okay, and hit enter. It says database changed. Now type show tables. As I told you that data is stored in the form of tables. So here are two tables. First is guest book and other is users. So let's see information about users. So select star from users, hit enter, and see, this way you get access to a database of a website. So this is the user ID, first name, last name, and this is the username, which is admin. Okay, and then there is password. Okay, and this is the URL to access or to get a login page. Okay, no, actually it's a JPG, right? So we go to the login page of DVWA, and then if we try this as the username and this is the password, we will able to get access into that website, right? So let's exit for now, and let me open a browser, let's say Firefox, and if you type 10.0.2.5, you will able to see all of the web applications that are hosted on Metasploit. Okay, now you can open any of them. So this is DVWA. Okay, it's using PHP, and here you can enter username and password as we have extracted earlier, right? Let's go back, and if you want to access to a database, you can also go to PHP my admin. Okay, so these are some of the pre-configured websites in Metasploitable. Okay, so that penetration testers can perform their penetration testing techniques on all of these websites, right? Now let's use SQL injection to hack our target website. So first of all, let's open our web browser. So 10.0.2.5, and let's open a website DVWA, and let's type the username and password like admin. Okay, it's not working, so let's try admin and password. Okay, so we are able to log into this website, right? Now you might be thinking that why I'm using these kind of easy passwords, because there are still some website owners that are using these kind of simple passwords on their live websites, right? So don't ignore the little things. Now let's log out from here, and let's switch to another website. let's say this one, which is Matilde. Now click here, login or registered. Okay, so let's try the same thing here as well. Admin. Okay, not working. Admin, password, again not working. Okay, so first of all, let's find out the real username and password for this website. So let's switch to our terminal. Okay, now let's try to log in. Again, show databases, use OWASP 10. So OWASP 10 is used by Matilde. Okay, hit enter and let's show tables and select star from accounts. Okay, so username is admin and password is admin pass. Okay, and this is the signature. Is admin? True. So this is the admin and this is another admin user, right? Now let's close this and let's try to log in using admin and admin pass. Okay, still it says we are not able to log in. Why? Okay, here is an error. Now guys, if you are using this for the very first time, then you will also get the same error. Okay, there are chances that you will get the same error. In that case, switch to your Metasploitable and change your directory to where www and Matilde. Okay, and now let's edit a configuration file. So we use nano is a text editor, and then config file. Okay, but before it, add sudo, hit enter. Okay, now let's change this thing. Okay, which is database name. So change database name to OWASP 10. Now to save the file, use Ctrl X and press Y, hit enter. Done. Now let's switch back to Kali and let's try admin and admin pass. Okay, so now we are logged in as admin. Done. Click on logout. Now let's try the same thing using SQL injection. So admin and simply type single code, hit enter. Now read this line which says select star from accounts where username is admin and password is this. Okay, so let's select this line and let me open a file editor. So gedit. Okay, it is a graphical editor. Now what's happening behind the scenes, the system will say select star from accounts. Okay, account is a table name which we have accessed earlier, right? So username is admin. Okay, that's correct. Now password is this, which is wrong. That's why it's giving us an error. Okay, so delete this for now and let's try to bypass this authentication using SQL injection. So let's say I want to try password as 1 2 3 4 5 6, which you know it is a wrong password, right? Now add a single code here. Okay, and then space or 1 is equal to 1. Now what happening is we have provided two different conditions. Okay, two different statements that whether this is a password, but if not, then 1 is equal to 1. So yes, this condition is true, 1 is actually equal to 1. So we are informing system that hey, we are providing you two different conditions, this and this. If any of them is true, then you must allow us to log into our account. Now space and hash. Hash stops system from reading further information. Okay, so system is not able to go beyond hash, right? So now the actual scenario is like this. Paste here. So it will look like this for system. So system will check whether username admin is existing in its stable account or not. So yes, admin is a username which exists, right? Then it will check whether it has a password 123456. No, it is wrong. But still we have provided one more condition, that or 1 is equal to 1. So yes, it is true. Okay, then system will not read this single code because of hash, right? So let's try this and let's see whether we able to bypass authentication or not. Coming back to login page. So username is admin and password, let's paste it and click on login. So yes, we have successfully logged in as admin, right? So this way SQL injection actually works, right? Now you may see here that our security level is 0 right now. Okay, so security level is 0, which is a low security. Now let's increase our website security by clicking on this tab which says toggle security. Okay, now our security level has been improved. So let's log out and let's try to log in again using the same password. Okay, now it says username too long, we don't want to allow too many characters, some might have enough room. Okay, see, now the system stopped us. Okay, so this is the level of security. Okay, now in the next video I will show you how you can bypass improved security as well. So as you know that we have increased the security level to arrogant. Now if I try admin and password as single code, it says dangerous characters detected. Okay, which means it is filtering out these kind of characters. So we are not able to use SQL injection here. Now we are not sure whether the filtering is happening on the client side or on the server side. So to find it out, we are going to use burp suite. Okay, so burp proxy will help us to determine whether the filtering is happening on the client side or on the server side. So here is the burp suite. Simply click this and it will open. Here it is, right? Now the function of burp suite is whenever we try to load any website using a browser, the request first go to burp suite, and once we forward the request, only then we will able to access to that website, right? Now let's see what I mean by that. So if you try to access Matilde home page, right? Now it's running. Okay, so we have to perform some changes in security settings. So go to preference and under preference we have to search for XY, that is network proxy. Go to settings and now here simply click on manual proxy configuration. Enter the localhost IP here and port number would be 8080. Click on OK. Right, now let's try to reload the page. Okay, this time it's waiting, so let's switch to burp. Okay, here we received the request. Now let's forward this request. Right, now let's switch back to our browser and you can see that the home page is open now, right? So let's go to login page again. Again we have to go to burp first and forward the request. Only then we will able to get our login page. Now as you know, if I type any of the SQL injection, it says dangerous character detected. But if I type simple password like ABCD, okay, and hit enter, nothing happens. Okay, you will not able to see error like bad characters and all. Okay, but still this password is not correct. So let's see how we can bypass this. So okay, it's waiting for the request to forward in burp. So let's forward this request and see, it says bad username or password. Okay, which is a authentication error. It is not filtering out the simple characters, right? So now let's see, this time we use SQL injection. I am using single quote and hit enter. So see, this request is not going on burp suite, which means it is filtering out the dangerous characters on the web page itself, okay, before sending it to the burp, which means the filtering is happening on the client side and not on the server side. So let's see how we can bypass this. So let's type the simple password like ABCDEF, hit enter, and let's switch to burp. Now here, don't forward the request, go to params, okay, which is parameters, and here is the password. Okay, so let's change the password to the previous one which we have used in the previous video. Okay, this one. So let's copy this and paste the password here. Okay, now forward the request. Okay, forward again. Now let's switch back to browser and you will see that we are successfully logged in as admin, right? Now you might notice that I am using SQL injection in the password field, right, and not on the username, because I know the username is admin. But what if you don't know the username as well as password? Well, in that case we will try SQL injection on the username field. Okay, so let's try this. So let's remove admin and let's say we don't know the username, so type XYZ. Okay, and then we will make it a SQL injection. So single quote, then the condition 1 is equal to 1 and then hash. Okay, so let's copy it, switch back to browser and paste it. Okay, now in the password type anything like 1 2 3 4 5 6 etc. Hit enter. Now forward. See, this time the security is set to low. Okay, so we have successfully logged in as admin. Okay, now let's increase the security. Again we have to forward this request, otherwise we will not able to access to the website. Okay, so as you can see, the security level is set to arrogant. So let's log out. Again we have to forward this request. Done. Now let's try SQL injection again, but this time it won't work as we know that we have increased the security. So let's change it to the normal text like ABCDEF and password would be ABCD. Hit enter. Now here, now it is the security level 1, so we have to make changes here to bypass client side security. So single quote, again our SQL injection. Okay, now let's forward the request and see whether we able to get access into that website or not. See, we have logged in as admin. Okay, so login is successful, right? Now let's increase security to top, okay, to level 5, which is the highest level of security in our virtual environment. Okay, and this level of security is sufficient to stop attacks like SQL injection. Okay, so now we have increased the security level to 5, which says it is secure now. Okay, so let's log out from here and try to perform SQL injection attack again, but this time we are not able to get access into this website as the security level is set to maximum. Okay, so let's try attack again. Let's say admin and password would be ABCD. Hit enter. Now again let's make it a SQL injection. 1 is equal to 1 hash, and this time let's try to make password field as well. Okay, so let's change it. Okay, and click on forward. Okay, see, it says bad username or password. So this kind of security is sufficient to stop SQL injection attacks. Now what is happening behind the scenes, the web page has given instructions using secure coding that whenever in the username or password field you found characters like single quote or double quote, then just remove them, because username and password will only accept plain text. Okay, for example, let's say we have used this injection on both username and password. Now web page will ignore this single code, okay, and make it a plain text, because whenever we remove single code from our injection, then this is no longer a SQL injection. It is just a normal text, right? So this way you can secure. If you are a programmer, then you must know how to secure from attacks like SQL injection and cross-site scriptings, right? So our attacks won't work in level 5 security in our virtual environment. Okay, now in the next video I will perform SQL injection attack on live websites, right?